Hola, yuppie, everybody. Good evening. I hope everyone's doing well. Oppa. Sorry for my slight delay again. I was hustling a lot today. I had to take my cat to the vet, and it was taking forever to get there because I couldn't get any taxis to take me there. And then I had to make dinner, eat, and I was trying to finish my new schedule graphic before I went live, but like 3 minutes before I pressed on start streaming, I was like, oh, wait. Well, I have to go live without the stream schedule. I'll live. Hello, babe. How you doing? Okay. I'm just gonna say in advance, I might not read as much today as I normally do. That depends. I mean, that usually backfires on me. I'm like, I'm not gonna read as much today, and then I'm like, I read a lot today. I'm saying that because my throat's a little tired today, so I want to be a bit careful. I'm gonna try not screaming, which totally backfired last time. I screamed so much last stream. Jesus, I'm still feeling the after effects of that. Ronove is going to make me go mute, I swear to God. Like, not really directly mute, but lose my voice. Rambling aside, okay, quick recap before we continue, as usual. So, in the last stream that I was reading, I was yelling a lot because Ronove was fighting Jessica, and Gab was fighting George, and there was a lot of legs, and block this mix, check out this overhead, and shit like that. And George tried to pull a galaxy brain move and was like, yeah, I've had this overhead plan since the very beginning. And then Gap was like, oh no, I totally predicted this overhead. So she mixed him, and then he died. Because she made a hole where Jessica launched herself at Ronove, and then George and Jessica accidentally killed each other. Meanwhile, Batter and Maria still haven't done their test, but Kyrie, Kraus, Nanjo, Shannon, and Kanon all escaped the prison. They had an awesome goated fight, which was amazing, like literally one of the best anime fights I've read. And now we are here cleaning up the murder scene, I guess. Let's see, for Jessica. Ronove also returned Jessica's corpse to its original form. Already, literally the first line I have to read. And unlike how it had been with George, he restored Jessica's life. Oh, did he? That's the thing he can do. He can revive people? Hello, sir. It has been a while. It has been a while. I can't yell, sir. I can't yell. Jessica's mind was burning. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and having George's heel smashed her head. She's like, I'm alive? After I got hit by that mix? That overhead led to a Todd, man! It was also without bar. Hello, hi Anonymous, how you doing? Okay.
3分が過ぎれば魔法が終わり、あなたは無残な頭部半壊の死体に戻ります。
Man, doesn't that suck, Jessica?
だと
死は残酷です。多くの場合、心の整理さえ与えない。しかし私はここまで検討したあなたを称え、その時間を与えることにしました。
Isn't that nice of you?
その3分間でこの世の未練をよく整理されるといいでしょう。
Isn't that so nice of you?
3分でお前を道連れにするという手もあるぜ。
You revive me, I'm gonna kill you now! But the power that had burned through Jessica's body until a second ago had been completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. She was already dead.
それでは私はこれにて
お前はもう死んでいる。
失礼いたします。
My cat's yelling.
楽しかったですよ、ジェシカ様。
Was it fun? I hope it was fun. You busted my throat with that scene, man. You busted my throat with that scene. I don't think I'll ever recover. I mean, mentally I will never recover from that scene. Man. Ronode turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. Come back! All that remained was the sound of the wind and rain and the figure of Jessica as she crouched down, leaning against the wall. I won't yell, but actually still yells, counter 1. Jessica could tell. She probably really would revert to the corpse she had been after 3 minutes. Was there anything she could do in those 3 minutes? She stood up and with a shaky gait took the phone that was on the desk. Here for the action. Oh no.
もしもし。
I hope the action won't be me yelling more.
ジェシカか。ジェシカ、どうした？無事か？
No, I'm already dead.
やられしまったぜ。
Aww.
大丈夫か？怪我をしてるのか？今助けに行く。
Aww.
いや、もう遅いぜ。
Oh, is her head already shattering?
私さ、もう死んでるんだと。
Oh, poor Jessica.
バトラが来た時には、私は頭を半分ぶちまけた死体だよ。
The part where Ronove takes his shirt off. Oops, what? Is there such a scene?
クソじじいめ。
Is there such a scene? Please, that has to be a joke. You're playing with me, aren't you? You're playing with me. If it's a spoiler though, don't show me. I want to see it myself.
待ってろ。今そこに行くからな。
Smiley face. No, don't do this to me.
聞けよバトラ。いいか。よく聞け。幸田さんたちがどうして食堂で6人が殺された時のこと。あいつらな。
Oh, Jessica.
人間じゃねえんだぜ。
何を言ってんだ。
言っちまったんだ。仕方ねえだろ。あいつらさ、ワープしたりバリア張ったりやりたい放題だぜ。ど
Oh.
この漫画だよ、アニメだよ。いや、マジでかなわねえぜ。
I feel bad for Jessica.
最初からさ、戦うとか無理なんだよ。バトラが自慢してた棒仕掛けの槍程度でとてもどうにかなる相手じゃねえぜ。
Hat stand spear. A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead. No, no.
ジョージ兄さんもダメだった。ありゃ即死だ。 次のテストバトルだな。お前のテストも私たちと同じになるのかな。
I wonder who will test better, if it's going to be Gap or if it's going to be Renove. I am curious.
そして間違えるな。
テストか。
違う。敵はどうせ人間だと間違えるなよ。敵は人間じゃない。恐ろしい魔法を自在に扱える。そこを絶対に間違えるんじゃねえぜ。
Aww.
幼児しろよ。
Isn't this kind of a more crueler death if you think about it? Because Jessica getting her head smashed in was quick, right? And now if the magic is like slowly going away now and not being like 3 minutes are done and then it's like poof, gone. Isn't that kind of more cruel? A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. No! This is so much more cruel. Man, you had good intentions, but I think you didn't quite quality check that magic. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been.
13人死ねば黄金の魔女が蘇る。
Yeah, Chur is cruel, laments of the dead. Yeah, it is. I think it's cruel that she knows that she dies, and then like, I just realized I had my tablet on. I don't need that right now. Yeah, it's cruel that she knows she's going to die, and then she's slowly feeling that state where she was in dead slowly come back instead of quickly like how it was actually before.
母さんたちが殺されて6人。これで第1の番。そして私とジョージ兄さんが死んで第2の番。
But were they that
あと
close?
5人殺されれば儀式は完成で魔女が蘇るってわけだ。父さんたち無事だといいな。もし無事じゃなかったらお前をテストするのは復活したてのベアトリーチェ自身ってことになるかもしれねえぜ。
Let's see how that goes. Bato already didn't understand what Jessica was saying, but from her tone, he realized that she knew she was about to die. Oh, poor girl! Aww, so even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to give it her all.
私はもう死んでるんだって。じゃあな、もう時間みたいだ。テスト頑張れよ。
Oh, Jessica, this scene is hurting me. It's making me sad. Oh, poor Jessica. Okay, so her head did explode, but still, wow.
ジェシカ、おい、返事をしろ。
Oh.
ジェシカ！
Batra's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. As she leaned against the wall in that corner, crouched down, Jessica's head had been half smashed. Oh, poor Jessica. that was cruel. That was kind of cruel. Damn, Ronove, you really are a demon. I'm gonna have to lecture when you're home.
これは井戸なのか。ここはどこなんだ。
Hideous took her face out to the well, and then Kraus showed himself too. When he realized that they could see the back of the mansion from beyond a grove of trees, Kraus knew more or less where they were. To think that here, in a certain well, there had been a hidden underground passage, which led to a hidden mansion. Kraus's face is so goofy. Kraus really does have pretty goofy faces. I like it.
普段は別の場所からちゃんと階段で上がれるのです。鍵さえ開けば。南條先生には 後でいろいろとここの構造についてお教え願いたいものだ。シャノン、大丈夫かね。捕まりたまえ。
大丈夫です。カノン君、早く。
Kanon climbed up a ladder out of the shaft that was disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down for the first time, he realized how far he'd come up.
にひ、射撃。
Fuck! Already? Are you shitting me? As Kanon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. Oh well, isn't that great? Everyone they looked through the hole in Kanon's chest to the scenery beyond. Oh man! Bye! Kanon slumped backwards and was swallowed up into the depths of the well.
みんな逃げて。シスト姉妹、捕捉されてます。回避できない。走って。一人でも生き残って。
Who's next? At that time, Klaus and Kirie and Nanjo, all three of them! Sorry, I was. God damn it! I've told myself not to yell, and yet. Certainly saw a golden curved line appear from the well and seal itself to the side of Shannon's head. Okay, so Shannon was next.
シャノン。
Her head had been pierced. The three had witnessed it perfectly until it had shot out the opposite side, blowing it away. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from the both sides of her head, and flopped to the ground. There goes Chairman. Oh yeah, oh no.
私たちは狙われてる。走って。殺されるわよ。
Run, run, run.
走れ走れ走れ走れ。
Get away! As Nanto doubled over in shock, stunned by how Shannon had died, the Chester sister did not allow him to escape. No! No, Nanjo! No! A curved line again appeared from the well and pierced from Nanjo's forehead to the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Jesus fuck. Stop. And one more. And so Nanjo had passed away.
何なんだ。どうしてなんだ。敵はどこから。
狙撃されてるのよ。どこか知らないけど、私たちを完全に捉えてる。
Oh man.
屋敷へ逃げ込むのよ。視界を遮るのよ。
Hurry! Hurry! The two dashed towards the back door of the mansion. Holy shit, hurry! Then right as Klaus was about to shut the door behind him, oh, he's dead. A gold curved line appeared for the fourth time, piercing Klaus from the back of his head to his forehead and smashing that forehead. Oh shit. Kirie, Kirie! Run away! Run away! Klaus's body leaned over, fell down, and drew a neat regio pattern with his inside of his head. Oh god. Run for it, Kirie! Run for it! Kirie ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But even so, she wasn't even remotely convinced that this had saved her life. She'll probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, Kirie's eyes fell on a phone on a side table. Is she gonna call Battler? Oh shit. After hanging up on the call from Jessica, Battler had been about to dash out, but in that instant the phone rang again.
もしもし。キリエさん。
はい、バトラー君、ラッキーだったわ。なんとか力を脱出できたの。本当についてた。
But
そこはどこだ。みんな無事なのかよ。こっちはジェシカとジョージの兄貴がどうやら。
聞いて。私の命は多分もう長くは持たないわ。
at that time, right after she thought the keyhole to the locked door might have glowed gold, a gold curved line drawing a helix, no, a golden sealing thread penetrated in from there at an incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kirie's feet. Oh shit. Oh, that's unusual. The enemy who sniped the other four one after another with extraordinary skill apparently really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next strike will probably hit. At this point, Kirie finally remembered the first massive killing in the dining hall. That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest, all 6 of them.
聞いてバトラ君、私が見たことをありのまま話す。バトラ君はきっと私の頭がどうにかなってしまったんだろうと思うに違いない。ええ、思ってくれていいわ。私だって何を見たのか未だに整理がつかない。今日バトラ君たちがゲストハウスに帰ってから食堂で親族会議が始まって、そして何が起こったかを全て話すわ。口を挟まないで最後まで聞いて。途中で急に電話が切れるかもしれない。そしたらその時は私が殺された時よ。
Aw. Oh, Kirie. Then Kirie spoke about Kin's appearing and the family conference starting, about the 6 being killed and the 5 of them being confined, about how she had escaped somehow and ran away to where she was now, and how everyone had finally been killed. It was all spoken dispassionately, with no dramatization, just as she'd seen it. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed and how she had to observe the moments of all their deaths, and how even now someone was trying to kill her.
実はこの話をしている間にももう3度攻撃を受けている。鍵穴からおかしな黄金の糸みたいなのが飛び込んできて、くるくる回りながら私を狙ってくるの。最初は足元次は肩の近く、さっきのは耳をかすったわ。
What?
狙いがだんだん正確になってくる。そろそろ私の眉間にズドンときそうね。
Then move!
逃げろキリエさん、逃げてくれ。
Oh boy.
どこへよ。私ここまで逃げ延びてきて部屋に閉じこもって鍵までかけてるのよ。それでもなお狙われてる私がどこに隠れるのよ。ね
リさん。
Oh boy.
え、ねえバトラ君、ジェシカちゃんとジョージ君まだ生きてる？
No.
さっきジェシカから電話がなんかダメみたいだった。
Aww.
やっぱり私たち5人が次々殺される時、ひょっとして13人殺しの儀式は第2の番を終えて私たちの番にまで至ったのかなって。つまり私が死ねば13人。これで儀式は完成。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが復活する。
Okay, so maybe it will be Beato who tests
一
him.
体どういうこと？
You gotta believe, Batora! Well, he tries. Also, hi Zakeru, how are you doing?
こんな悪魔だらけの魔女だらけ、ヤギの化け物がうじゃうじゃいるこの島に、さらにそいつらの親玉である黄金の魔女まで現れて、一体どうなっちゃうというのかしら。もう私には何が何だかわからない。
Aww. Kirie-san's voice had completely given up on her own life. Because Patra understood that he couldn't stop the
一
tears.
つだけ助言できることがあったわ。
Which is?
何？
もしあなたの前に悪魔やら魔女が現れても、
ああ、
その正体を疑う必要は何もないわ。そういうものだと理解して。何か仕掛けがあるはずだとか、正体があるはずだとか、そんなことを考える余裕があったら、相手の機嫌を損ねないことを考えた方がよっぽどに建設的。間違ってもなら魔法を見せてみろなんて言っちゃダメよ。その証拠を彼らはこの上なく残酷な方法で見せるでしょうから。
Oh boy.
信じらんねえよ。キネさんの口からそんなこと言われるなんて信じらんねえよ。
分かってる。信じられないのは。だからそれこそが私にできる助言。信じて。
Believe.
ペアとリーチェと悪魔と魔女と化け物どもを信じろと。
あれほどまでにこの世ならざるものをありありと見せつけられても、多分何も信じることができなかったと思う。今の私もそう。さっきから襲ってきて 私の額を撃ち抜こうとする者の正体さえ私には理解できず、信じられない。だからあなただけは信じ理解して、私たちに受け止めきれなかった存在を受け止めてほしいの。そうしてくれたなら私たちの死は無駄にならない。
No.
私もこうして電話をした甲斐があったというものだわ。
And she's dead.
キリさん。
まだ大丈夫よ。かすったけどまた外したわ。
Oh my god.
さすがに今度はもうダメかもね。ありがとう。そしてさよならバトラク。あなたのことアスムさんの息子だからとその日のことを許して。
Oh, this is sweet.
許すも何も、今はキリエさんが俺にとっての母親だろうが。
And she's dead. I felt as though I heard an incredible sound at the other end of the receiver. Then a noisy cracking sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor.
キリエさん、キリエさん。
That sounded like a normal gunshot, though. And he's running out. Or maybe he didn't. Kirie-san did not answer to the phone. Again. Oh. Yeah, she's dead. Oh. Poor Kirie. I wish she was alive for longer. He called her mother in the end. Finally, yes. Magic bullets. Oh yeah. Interestingly, of all the golden arrows thus far, they all had a special sound effect, but this was the only one that sounded like a bullet, like a shotgun.
どうしてバトラが怒ってるのかわかんないよ。
So I wonder if this is a thing about this is how Battler perceives it. Like he perceived the golden arrows as a shotgun, right? Maybe that's what it is.
わかるだろ。みんな殺されたんだぞ、あのクソジジイに。ベアトリーチェ復活の儀式とかわけのわかんないことを言った。
ならこれで13人が生贄に捧げられて、もうベアトリーチェは蘇った頃だよ。
ああ、なら上等だ。ベアトリーチェもまとめて一緒にぶち殺してやろう。
Well, you can't kill them though.
マリアたちは儀式を生き残った。だからベアトリーチェに黄金鏡に招待してもらえるんだよ。そこでは願いは何でも叶う。家族を殺されたのが辛いなら生き返らせてもらえばいいのに。マリアはそうするつもりだよ。黒い魔女に取りつかれていない本当に優しい本当のママを蘇らせてもらうの。
God damn it. Really nice real mama. I'm in pain.
だからママはもうずっとマリアと一緒。お仕事とかで残業も休日出勤も何もないの。ずっとマリアと一緒にいてくれて、マリアのことだけを考えてくれてマリアのために恐ろしい敵といつも戦ってくれるの
お前どうかしてるぜ。
You don't say, you know, something wrong with her, you know, from a victim of total abuse.
なんでこの状況でそんなわけわかんねえことを言ってられるんだ。
Maybe because that's how she copes with it.
バトラは今
Real
キリエ
smooth.
おばさんに言われたはずだよ。魔女を信じろと言われたはずなのに。
くそ、こんなとこでマリアと口喧嘩してる場合じゃねえぜ。
Don't say fuck in front of Maria. Battler!
もう人質も何も誰も生き残っちゃいねえんだ。もうクソくだらねえ。おかしな儀式もゲームもおしまいだぜ。ここからは俺の好きにさせてもらう。あるいは隠れてる奴がいるかもしれない。
Maria, don't regret making that wholesome ending for you.
片っ端から調べて見つけ出しぶちのめしてやるぜ。
In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat, stand, spear, and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored.
ベアトリーチェがすぐに願いを叶えてくれるのに、バトラはバカ。
At that time, the phone rang out again. Oh! Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver.
おお、もしもし。ほう。
It's Beato, isn't it? Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Beato's ears as he was about to dash out of the house. With violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room.
Maria! 電話って誰からだ?
She's going to say Beato, huh? With a terrifying look on his face, Beato yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could call after being locked up in the gardening storehouse, which meant there was only one person left. It had to be Kinzo. After continuing her pleasant chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. And with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. Shit, I can't do it. Sorry. It felt as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler.
Maria, 電話の相手は誰だ?
I think it's Beato,
小さまか?
your primary shit talker. Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimately with Kinzo, and that she would be chatting about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. So just what kind of person could be on the phone who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words of Kiye had spoken to him drifted up. If a witch does appear, there's no doubt about it. Just believe that it exists.
バトラー、今帰ってきたよ。せっかちだよね。
マリア、その電話の相手は誰だ? 誰なんだ?
変わる？うん。はい、バトラー。
Here, take the phone. After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler.
はい。
Maria held the receiver out for him to take, as though it was perfectly normal. Battler hesitated just a little bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of the person at the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. As Kiria said, there is no longer any need to doubt that they exist. I feel like this is a trick. Battler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. Battler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call.
おい、どこへ行くんだよ?
マリアのテストの場所だよ。
Okay. The tests are still going?
いくな! 殺されるぞ!
殺されないよ。儀式はもう終わってるもの。それに、殺されても蘇らせてもらえるし。当主になってもなれなくても、もう私たちは黄金鏡に招いてもらえる。じゃあね。
Oh man. Oh man, Maria. Let's see.
待てよ! マリア!
Battler stretched his head out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping stopped him just like a chain. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear.
もしもし。
Congratulations!
Oh my god!
And I'm fine!
Oh my god. Oh my god. I love this. Oh! I just realized this track now has vocals lyrics. That's cute. Screwed up mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who was it?
誰? がないであろう、後ろビアパートナー。返事は Yes, I'm fine!
I love it. Oh god. This is the first time a battler heard her voice while still being alive. Didn't he hear her in episode 2 though? Like before he's turned into like a hacking living pet.
懐かしいな。中国でやっただろ。二人一組になってやるやつ。
いかれてやがる。てめえは誰だ。答えやがれ。
英語で言えよ。
Shit, my memory is bad. No, it's okay. It's easy to forget that that part existed.
お前、そういうの得意だったろ。
ふざけんじゃねえよ。
The song is good, yes.
てめえは誰だ。クソジジイの手先か。
手先とはひどい言いざまではないか。鳥金属、わらわの虜だろ。
Always a joy to hear her laugh. I love it. That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well.
名を名乗りやがれ。てめえは誰だ。何者だ。
当ててみろよ。ハワイへご招待するぜ。やっとだ。
She's making fun of his English phrases. Yeah, because they are goofy, so I love it. Magical Koda Chef.
やっ
Yes,
と。
that's the best.
長かったぜ。マジで1000年は待ったぜ。今日という日をよ。わらは大復活。サンキュー金蔵。特別にさっきの待った聞いてやってもいいぜ。
やれやれ、上機嫌にも程があろうが、もう少しは淑女らしく振る舞わんか。
No. Beato is good as she is, Kinzo. Don't be poor taste. Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. There was expensive cheese and snacks to go with drinks, and there were several empty wine bottles lined up. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an unseemly way, she happily held the wine glass in one hand, and was probably completely drunk.
今日は最高にご機嫌だから大サービスだ。おいおい金蔵、こんな年代物の寄付ワインなんか飾ってんなよ。1947年ものかよ。今日開けなくていつ開けるつもりだ。それをアビセッコして遊ぼうぜ。
She sure is partying.
ははは、それは愉快だ。浮かれすぎであるぞ。羽目の外しすぎだ。
金蔵だって。わらわに再会できて嬉しいだろ。シャバだ、うつしおだ。わらわの肉体万歳。
Man, I love her. I love Beato.
おい、さっきから何を騒いでるんだ。お前がベアトリーチェだとでも言うのかよ。
Yes. Banzai!
おい、金蔵の13人殺しの儀式のおかげでようやくわらわは復活したと。
Yes, I am.
だがあるといい。こうしてそなたと話せることのなんと楽しいことか。そういえばお前とはあれだけ何度も憎まれ口を叩き合ってきたのに、こうしてゲーム中に盤上で会話をしたのは初めてだな。
That is true. That's the only time they've had a conversation of that kind in the game. Though I wonder what the conversation in episode 2 was that completely broke
何
Battler.
やらとても新鮮だ。お、今のポンちゃんと聞こえたか。あいつ開けたぞ。待って、バカたっけえ秘蔵ワインを開けやがった。 ってるか、10キロのインゴット丸々と同じくらいするんだぜ。
ふざけるな。何がベアトリーチェだ。黄金の魔女だと。いい加減にしろ。どこにいやがれ。そこにクソジジイも一緒にいるのか。てめえらまとめてぶっ飛ばしてやら。今どこにいやがるんだ。こさえやがれ。
That must have been the off the board Beato. Oh, okay, then okay, that makes sense.
わらわに会いたいのか。
But she did appear in the game board though, in episode 2.
モテる女はつれや。でもよ、金蔵がいるときに口説くのはよせよ。こいつマジで焼くからタチ悪いぜ。金蔵のいない二人きりの時ならこっそり内緒で愛してやるからね。
She's just having fun, Battler.
気が変わった。マリアのテストにわらわは行かない。そなたが行く。
Kinzo. Kinzo's gonna test
なんと
Maria?
気がではお前がバトラーをテストするというのか。
いいだろう。あいつさ、お前の若い時に似てるからさ、キュンときちゃうんだよ。
Well, in his eyes, she murdered all his family. I know, but she's just having fun. Murder is fun.
なんかしないって。あいつと二人きりになるのは今だ。わらわはいつだってお前と二人きりだろ。
No, that's not an image I want to imagine.
もうわらわを四六時中束縛するのは勘弁しろ。
Oh no, stop. A fair test, no favorites indeed. It's kind of pretty obvious to see that Beato has cares about Batter in a specific way, or like values him in a specific way. So Beato enjoyed the things did in my video. I don't know. She did say that her time, like on with Kinzo was awful. He's her favorite toy after all. Yeah, makes sense. Although in episode 3, we do see that there's an extent that she cares about him. Even if most of episode 3 was like a setup, I do think a good part of it was genuine. Rule over me just like Kinzo did. Stop. Please stop.
屋敷の玄関だな。仕事だ。このクソったれな酔っ払いめ。俺がてめえの酔いを覚ましてやるぜ。迎え酒には俺の熱いパンチをくれてやる。首を洗って待ってやがれ。
Batter impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. I took the spear I'd made from that hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me alone. She'll probably assume that, as Oda-san and the rest said, she'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless. How are we gonna get Goda and Kumasawa out though? Okay, let's see. Do they still have the key? I headed for the gardening storehouse first. I need all the help I can get. Goda-san is big, so I can probably count on him for some firepower. Masao's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys and they know more about the mansion than I do. They will be pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out to them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I won't have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I rounded the corner, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened it.
Koda-san! Kumasawa no ba-chan! Batora da! Oi! Okiro tte! Oh!
What's up? They're dead, aren't they? The scene in the shed lit by a dim light bulb was very strange. Oh, they are dead. They are super dead. Sounds like dead people to me. From a low ceiling beam hung 2 thick ropes, and at the ends, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. Welp. Yep, definitely super dead. It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. And when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them. And because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them. Yikes. If they were sitting by the window, I could imagine a way. The shutter was still closed, or it was like a trap, an automatic one. The shutter was still closed and there was only a single key, which had supposedly been given to Goda-san. So how the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? No wait, they weren't necessarily killed. This is a suicide. That way this closed room makes sense, but I don't know why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and that damn geezer. No, there's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who had acted like the witch's ally from the beginning, and that geezer, the ringleader who revived the witch. And the witch herself. What the hell? By now I might as well be the only one on this island. Man, that sucks, doesn't it, Battler? Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. A true dame moment, huh? Run and jump in the sea, Batter. Start swimming. In the storm? Might as well cry while I can, so that my frail emotions will be squeezed out by my tears. Then I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night and crush her with my own hands. Also, I just realized something. I'm gonna put it over there, the donation button. Because it's obstructing the text on stream sometimes, so I'll put it over there. Also, I just realized another thing. I need to update something else. Hold up. This is correct, but oh god, for some reason my followers and subscriber text doesn't update automatically. I have to do it myself apparently. Has this always been like a thing? Let me just update it because no recent follower Yeah, the text doesn't update for some reason. Hold up, guys, sorry. We just want to fix this real quick. Open with... No, I guess I have to write it in manually. Okay. Now it's updated. I'm gonna have to see why this doesn't update automatically later. Okay, sorry. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Aniki had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no way to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path, aiming for the arbor. Wonder why I was on the screen so many streams. Yeah, I wondered the same. And I kept like trying to refresh it, but I don't know why Streamlabs isn't updating it automatically. It's kind of annoying me. Then I saw George Aniki's weather-beaten corpse. Oh.
Aniki.
Oh no, he doesn't look good. Oh, Batora, I'm not feeling so good. The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he had died under the arbor, he might have at least been spared, but been beaten down upon by the rain. In Aniki's forehead was a gaping hole, as though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so he looked almost like he was sleeping. Where are the stakes, by the way? However, his clothes were stained a deep red, and there were still signs that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping or else pretending to be bad. Not bad, sorry, dead. But even though the rain spread against Aniki's eyes, they remained open. And the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. Oh, there had been a faint chance that even Golda-san and Kumasawa-san hanging by their necks in the gardening shed had been them playing a bad joke. But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. Was the star. Yes. Yes, that was the subscriber number then. The star stands for subscriber. He looks like he belongs in a music video. No! Damn, you're correct. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Just as Boda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like pieces on a chessboard. That damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board. Well, entertaining murder thoughts. Let's go. The lightning had caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kirie-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down. It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be there. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's a setup with some trap to make it explode when it opened? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang. I continue to glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. By God, if this is how the small bombs meme has been created, I don't know. Just to mention, don't say where the small bombs meme came from. I just know my friends have reposted memes where like hee hee small bombs or something, and I'm like, when does that drop? I want to see. Then mixed in with the thunder was some kind of music. It sounded like that. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing midnight. It was also a sound announcing that this insane day, October 4th, had finally ended, and that the much more incredibly insane day of October 5 had begun. That sound quieted, and I heard an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No, it's not true that I never saw her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside of the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Ugh, who am I kidding? I already know who this person is.
てめえかベアトリーチェか。
やっほーいバートラ
I love it! From the second floor balcony, leaning out under an umbrella and waving high-spiritedly, was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan of the boss to take a bird's eye and let the goat's underling torture me to death? I adjust my grip on the spear, and imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows and the entrance and surrounding me, I raise my guard in all directions.
安心しろよ。ここにはわらわとお前以外の誰もいねえぜ。ヤギの家具どももいなければ、悪魔の執事もお師匠様も、我が親友の悪魔もいない。
The demon who's my close friend. Okay. Oh, wait. Demon who's my close friend was probably Gap, right? But I want demon butlers though.
そして、我が肉体の蘇生を手伝う黄金の蝶たちもいなければ、ま、その意味が、そなたにわかるかな
I'm real.
パリだぜ。
Yeah, that's Gap. I figured because of the way she and Gap speak to each other.
寝言言ってろ。
そなたとは確かにこの世界でも何度か会えてはきたのだ。まるですれ違うかのようにな。知っての通り、この人間どもの世界はただ貴様らが存在し、わらわを疑うだけで、それは膨大なドッマルでそなたというキングに対して守りを固める堅牢な城壁のようよ。それをわらわは駒を一つずつ進め、切り崩し追い込み、じわじわとそなたの城壁を切り崩していった。そしてようやくわずかの隙間を開き、そこからわらわはビショップを送り込む。しかし知っての通り、ビショップは資格のある駒だ。
Okay.
黒のビショップはそなたが黒きマスにとどまる限り絶大な影響力を発揮するが、そなたがひょいと白きマスに一歩逃れれば、わらわはそなたの隣に接することはできても接触することはかなわぬのだ。
Oh, that's a cool
だから
analogy.
わらわはそなたが白きマスにとどまれぬようさまざまな駒を送り込む。そなたの隣の黒きマスを支配するわらわの前に弾き出されるようにゲームを進めてきたのだ。しかし今やそなたの城壁はぽっかりと穴を開け、わらわはビショップではなくとうとうクイーンを送り込むことができた。
Well, shit.
クイーンがどういう駒か
She can do
知っている
everything.
か。
飛車プラス角だろ。言いてえことはこうかよ。今やお前は黒い魔女幻想のマスだけでなく、白い人間世界のマスにまで自由に侵食できるようになったと。
その通りそなたは わらわの眷属である黄金の蝶たちが存在するマスのことを魔女幻想という観測者なき非現実と仮定して否定してきたのだろう。知っておるぞ。だからこそ
Oh no! Beato! I think you're not feeling so good.
安心しろよ。黄金の蝶もヤギたちも悪魔も魔女も後でいっぱい呼んでやるぜ。
Oh, Beato, are you doing
あ
okay?
なたが望むならわらわの黄金鏡へ招待してやる。そこで何でも願いを叶えてやろうぜ。
It's magic, don't mind it. You're right, I shouldn't mind it.
どう
Okay, now it's fixed.
この島のチェス盤はインク壺でもぶっかけちまったみたいだな。
なるほど。それも愉快な表現よ。
She's right.
すぐにそなたもそのインクに染まるぞ。やがては真っ黒に染まり、必ず黒きキングになる。そなたは今やインクの海に溺れる哀れな存在であるな。
いや違う。島がてめえのインク壺で全て真っ黒に染まっちまったことは認めるが、白いマスはまだ残っ
Which
てる。
is?
俺の足の裏にだぜ。お前の魔法のインクが島中を覆い尽くそうと、俺が踏みしめる足の裏までは覆えない。いけん。この島が真っ黒に染まろうと、俺は俺だ。白いマスをこうして踏みしめて立っている。
How quaint. It's strange. Until a second ago I was shivering all over, but now that she's appeared only right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. However, she definitely isn't an interesting or a friendly person. Wow, not even interesting! She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is a fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me by just snapping her fingers. I see. So does this mean she's the queen of this island who reigns over both the white and black squares?
さあ、
Pretty much.
この雨の中、そなたが風邪をひくまで待つのも面白いが、そこに箱があるのがわかる。そなたへのテストは。
Batro looks like a kid in this CG. I hate it. Yeah, I guess, yeah, he does look a bit younger, but I think it's more like a consequence of a small, drawing him so small to begin with.
待ちな。俺はもう今さら次期当主が誰かなんてくだらねえゲームには興味ね。俺のゲームはクソジジイとお前とみんなを殺した奴ら全員にそれぞれ顔面パンチをぶち込むことだ。
A gunman punch? One of those face crushers? Oh my god.
ほう、わらわのこのバルコニーまで空を飛び上がってくるというのか。それはよい、それはよい。ならばほら、早く来いよ。ほら、ほら、パンパン。
Come up!
絶対安全な場所にいやがるって余裕ぶっこきやがって。今からそこに行くぞ。首を洗って待ってやがれ。
Didn't you just say you were standing on the white square though?
ダメダメ。鍵がかかっているぞ。もちろん。窓もすべて鎧戸を下ろしてある。そなたが短期で切り込めるほどわらわの城は脆くはない。
Oh. I tried opening the door to the entrance anyway, but it really was locked. When I looked around, I noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows after all. Normally those wouldn't be closed. Just break in the door, man.
用意周到なやつだぜ。鍵はどこだ？
Goda-san and Kumasawa-san probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room of the gardening shed. I can only give up for now. Except...
やつもバカじゃねえ。 てか
そんなにわらわのすぐ隣に来たいのか。
Yes.
いいぞ。そなたがテストに見事合格できたら謁見を許そうではないか。合格ということはそなたこそが次期当主、そしてわらわの次なる主。わらわの肉体も魂もどう扱おうとそなたの自由よ。わらわは所詮は後ろ宮家の家具なのだから。
Oh, that's sad.
どうやらテストってやつをどうしてもやらせたいらしいな。いいぜ、受けて立ってやら。合格したら最初のご褒美はてめえに顔面パンチだぜ。
それは
That gunman punch, you really wants it.
だが暴力に支配されるのも嫌いではないぞ。わらわの頭をこう苦痛に表情を歪めさせ、鷹がその爪で獲物を引き裂きかきむしるようにわらわを蹂躙してくれよ。
Beato, are you okay? I came in the best timing. Hi, Kani, how you
私の
doing?
金像をもう一度思い出させておくれ。わらわにこの1000年の生涯でただ一度支配され屈服し家具に落ちる喜びを教えてくれたあの日のことを
Finding
思
you.
い出させてくれよ。
I'm okay. My throat is a little bit weaker today, so I might not read as long as I normally do. So let's see how far I can make it today.
酔っ払いね。拉致が開かねえ。
Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box.
そうだ。それを開け。
Recover well, thank you.
それを読むのだ。
I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently, it really had originally been a cigar case. But there were no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. What? How big is that freaking cigar box? When I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Is it the same questions, I wonder? Damn, just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, okay, it's the same questions. In order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, blank's life. 3, everyone else's lives. If you do not choose one, all the above will be lost. Who?
なんだこりゃ。随分と物騒なことが書かれてるぞ。それより2番目が空欄になってて、誰の命か分かりゃしねえ。
Oh, I think then he has to figure out who it is. Is it either Anje or...
その2番にはそのものの最も愛するものの名が入る。
Oh?
ジェシカのテストにはカノンの名、ジョージのテストにはシャノンの名が入った。
Either it's like Anje or it's another person that we don't know of, I
彼らに
guess.
ついては思い人がはっきりしていたからあらかじめ名前を記入してやれもしたが、そなたの思い人をわらわは知らん。
Okay, so it has to be romantic love, I see.
だから誰の名を書けばいいやらわからず空欄とさせてもらった。
そいつはちょうどいいや。愛してるぜ、ベアトリーチェ。
Are you sure?
お前の名前をここに突っ込んでやる。だから俺が選ぶ選択肢は2番だ。これでいいか？
おいおい、茶化すな茶化す
Damn.
な。なあ、頼むよバトラー。お前の思い人の名をわらわに教えてくれよ。じゃないとテストにならぬではないか。
悪いな。俺に特定の女はいねえぜ。仮にいたって。誰がお前なんぞに話すもんか。
Well, it doesn't have to be a girl, it can be a
このテ
guy.
ストはそなたに成立せぬ。残念残念。そなたの
200
思い人
IQ.
はどんな名を
He tried.
好み。
俺が黒髪長髪のまな板少女がいいって言ったらどうするよ。
Stop.
お前とは一つも一致しねえぜ。
Stop.
嘘をつけ。 このおっぱいソムリエが。
Yeah, that's true. He's a breast goblin.
わらわがまさに理想の体現ではないか。
Best scene incoming.
お前の3サイズを当てるのが次期投手のテストだってんなら喜んで挑戦してやるぜ。
Bruh.
そうそう、次期投手のテストであったな。そなたと喋るのが楽しくてついついさっきから脱線してしまうわ。それでは次期投手のテストを始める。そなたに後ろ宮家次期投手としての資格があるかどうかを問う。
Okay.
心して答えるがよい。
The witch who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago suddenly regained her dignity. She looked as though she had truly stepped out of that majestic portrait.
我こそは後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師、黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女ベアトリー。後ろ宮家の家督と我が黄金のすべてを継承する資格があるかどうか、それをわらわが問う。そなたの名を名乗るがよい。
後ろ宮バトラだ。
When faced with a dignity you wouldn't have imagined from her appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. And from that, yes. I see, I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island.
よろしい。後ろ宮バトラよ。しかしそなたはその後ろ宮の名をこの6年捨てたである。それはなぜか。
クソ親父に愛想が尽きたからさ。
Okay.
知っている。父親の再婚がそなたの敬愛する母親の死を冒涜したように感じたからであろう。なるほど。新しき母はそなたと何の血のつながりもない。そなたがその母を受け入れられぬ気持ちはわからぬでもない。しかし父親が誰と再婚しようともそなたとの血のつながりは変わらぬのではないか。
何が言いてえ。
父親の再婚に反対するという父親を独占したいがゆえのそなたの幼稚も多少の理解はしよう。しかしそれに反抗するために後ろ宮の名を捨てるは家と血に対する冒涜ではないのか。そなたは後ろ宮に生まれ育まれてきたのではないか。その恩を忘れ後ろ宮の名を捨てる資格がそなたにあったというのか。
This is interesting dialogue.
俺と親父の問題だ。
後ろ宮の名はお前と父親だけのものではない。お前は知らぬ女に父親を奪われることを許せず反抗しただけの幼稚だ。後ろ宮家の席を捨て去ったこの6年間そなたが後ろ宮家に泥を塗りし短からぬ年月、その罪深きを知るがいい。
Know the depths of that sin, huh?
幼稚で悪かったな。
しかし祖父母の死を境とはいえよくぞ後ろ宮に席を戻した。よってその罪を自ら見そぐ機会をそなたに与えよう。今こそそなたの6年前の罪をあがなう時。
Your sin of 6 years ago, huh?
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。自らの罪をそれを思い出し告白し懺悔せよ。
Is leaving the Ushiromiya family name
それ
the only sin? Because I feel like it's a little bit
わらわが
superficial.
そなたに与えるテストである。
Just had an idea about Bachelor's sin. Need to shitpost this. Oh, okay. At that time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank.
懺悔せよって。なんだよ。謝れって言いたいのかよ。
もうテストは始まっているぞ。そなたの好きに考えるがよい。
Damn, Beata's a religious nutcase. Maybe. The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and sneering at them. She was asking seriously, and he could even sense the quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Batter, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Batter answered that question. She had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Batter understood that, and yet he didn't understand.
Well, まあ
Confess your
それ
sin.
を言われりゃ幼稚だったとは思うぜ。 何のかんの言ったって親父に育ててもらった恩は親父が再婚したからってチャラになるもんじゃねえ。親父は養育費は常に送り続けてくれたそうだし、学校の行事にも参加したいと言っててくれたそうだ。それを俺が絶対に来させるなとじいちゃんたちに言ってたから来させなかっただけで。確かにそりゃ俺の幼稚な反抗だったとバッサリ言われりゃそれまでだぜ。いやでもよ、ならよ。
By grandma and grandpa, I'm going to assume it's like the parents of Asumu, yes?
おふくろの後宮アスムの無念は誰が話すんだ。おふくろはあんなにも献身的に俺たち家族に尽くし頑張ってくれたんだぜ。なのに親父はキリエさんと浮気もしていた。
I'm sorry to say, Batter, I think it was the other side, was the other way around. He was cheating on Kiria with Asumu, I think.
それで出産に合わせて駆け込むかのように籍を入れたんだ。それがおふくろへの裏切りでなくて何なんだよ。
Like, I thought Asumu died very soon after Batter had been born, so...
おふくろの誰が話すんだよ。だがお前の言う通りでもあるさ。浮気は事実でも俺を育ててくれた恩は確かにあった。ならそれを相殺して俺が家を出ていくというので十分問題ねえじゃねえかよ。
Oh boy.
俺にはおふくろの代わりに親父をぶん殴る権利が、いや義務があったはずなんだぜ。それを俺は許した。何も言わずに出て行って初めから俺なんていなかったことにしてやった。親父も俺のことなんか忘れてキリエさんやエンジェと新しい家族を始めた。それで丸く収まってるじゃねえか。
But since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. Kiria-san understood my anger, and even so she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Enji didn't know anything about the situation. Even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother and loved me as if it were true. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted.
だんだんバカらしくなってきたんだよ。そろそろ俺も頭を冷やしてもいいかなって思った。だから俺は親父が謝ったら全部水に流すと言ってやったんだ。じいちゃんの葬式の日に。そしたらあいつ本当に畳に両手をついて詫びやがったよ。
Oh?
信じらんねえくらいに情けない格好だった。あの格好つけた親父が本気で頭を下げやがったんだぜ。それを見たらなんだかもうバカらしくなっちまった。きっとおふくろもそう思っただろうぜ。おふくろは俺と親父が喧嘩をするといつも笑いながら仲裁してくれて、なんだそんなくだらないことで喧嘩をしていたのと笑ってくれた。俺はおふくろがそう言って笑っているのを感じてたから、許すとまでは言えなかったけど、もう一度ゼロから始めてもいいかなって思ったんだよ。それで6年前に全てを巻き戻すことにした。それで後宮家に席を戻したんだよ。俺も6年間泣き怒り悩み抜いた。ひょっとするとそれは親父もそうだったろうし、あるいはキリエさんやエンジェもそうだったかもしれない。だからゼロに戻し後宮バトラに戻ったんだ。 それは俺たち家族の問題であって、後ろ宮家とかそんなのは何も関係ねえ。それを罪だと断じる資格はお前にないし、それをお前に懺悔する義務も俺にはない。もしそれを本当にすべき相手がいたとしたら、それはお前がもう全員殺した。だから俺は何も謝らない。懺悔しない。それが俺のこのテストへの答えだ。
I feel like this isn't exactly what Beata wanted to hear, or maybe?
それだけか。
Is that all? Oh no! Yeah, that sounds like she's not happy about the answer. Part of me had fully responded to her provocation, and I'd supposedly vented out all the stuff I'd kept inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was the witch had supposedly been expecting, and yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she'd start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. But to the contrary, I could sense a sense of disgust about her. Something you could almost call disappointment. Uh-oh, what's up?
それだけも何も。俺は洗いざらいをぶちまけたぜ。
What, were you part of the Mariat Sorcière before?
何が不満なんだ。
And suddenly decided you're not anymore, or what?
まだ罪の清算が足りぬ。
清算？なんだよ。親父みたいにここに土下座して謝れってのかよ。
違う。お前たち家族のお前の家での話になど興味はない。ここはどこだ？六軒島だ。後宮本家の本宅である。この場所にふさわしいそなたの思い出すべき罪があるのではないか。
他に俺に罪があるってのかよ。
I wonder what it is.
思い出せ。後宮バトル。そしてそれを思い出せぬことがそなたの罪だからこそ許そう。それを思い出せたなら許そう。
I might have a hunch what this sin might be, but it's not related to Beato, so it doesn't make sense.
それを思い出すことがそなたへの贖罪のテストである。
I'll see what they'll say and maybe
思い出せって言われてもよ。
any clue what it is? No, not really. The only thing I remember that Butler did, like before he went away from the family conference, he didn't come back anymore. He did admit before, for that matter, didn't he admit in episode 2 or 3 that he was in love with Shannon, like she was his first love? Or something like that. He did admit that, but he said he moved on or something. And he did say something about coming with a white horse or something. But I don't think that's the sin. Because I'm going to think it's something related to Beato, so... Could it be he has been to the Kubadorian mansion before?
だからこそ罪なのだ。
Like we know Rosa went there, right? But what if Beato went too? Like, and met Beato for real? And just forgets?
なんだか6年前の俺がお前に迷
You
惑
make
を
it
かけた
sound
みた
like
い
I
な雰囲
caused
気
you
だ。
trouble 6 years ago or something. Like, okay, we know Maria has been meeting a Beato all this time, right? And Angie knew about this too, right? So what if Battler has been in one of these encounters before and just doesn't remember anymore? I don't think they went to Kubadoria. I don't know, it could be possible.
俺はお前とは今回の親族会議が初対面のはず。
Are you sure?
確かにお前の伝説は6年前の当時にも
Are you
存在していた。
sure, Battler? Are you sure you weren't in Kubadorian before?
俺との面識は当時にはなかったはずだ。
無論である。6年前の六軒島において
On the Rokenjima 6 years ago, I had not yet materialized. Okay, then hold up. How old is Maria? Right now 9, right? Let's make 9 minus 6. That would be 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, then there's no way Maria has been seeing Beato at 3 years old, so... And by the time they started meeting frequently... Yeah, then that's when Beato appeared. Maybe Battler did come to another family conference, but no, that would be actively bending the timeline. Can't do that. When did Rosa kill real Beato, supposedly? That was way before Battler was born, right? So... For the life of me, I can't really figure out what it is. That would be related to Beato. That was way back. Yeah, that was probably before the kids were born. I had not materialized 6 years ago. Huh. Okay, so I guess scratch Kubodorian then. Beato's cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin. At a glance, it felt as though she still hated me for something I'd done to her, and that she blamed me for it. However, naturally I didn't have a clue, and Beato had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me. That's the red truth, huh? Please do, maybe I'll figure something out. Remove me from your thoughts. Huh. Because you're taking it personally. Do not prove my crackhead theory correct. I will lose my shit. What's your crackhead theory? Well, my crackhead theory was that it's not related to Beato, but related to Shannon. Like I said, in episode 2 or 3, Battler admitted to being in love with Shannon. And the second name is blank, correct? And if it's meant to be someone romantic, then maybe Battler has not really moved on from Shannon yet. He did sort of say he was jealous of George for being with Shannon in episode 2, I believe. Like, he was like, damn, George got Shannon before me. And he said something about Shannon, my first love. And I remember Shannon was making fun of something about him, saying like, yeah, you said something about coming to a white horse. I wonder if that's have something to do with it. But again, I feel like it has to be related to Beato in some way for her to take it that personally. The sin I'm now demanding that you remember is not between Ushiromiya Battler and Beatrice. Fuck! Fuck! Don't prove me right! I'm scared! Do not prove me right! I am scared!
わからん。
I don't want to be right.
わらわはそなたをこうして淡々と見つめているだけだ。それをそなたがそう感じるというのならば。
Bat her to remember your theories for later. See how close you are to the truth. Uh-huh.
それはそなた
What truth?
そう感じる何かがあるのではないか。
俺に何の罪があるってんだ。
Maybe you just don't want to admit that you didn't move on from Shannon after
後ろ宮バトラには罪がある。
all? God.
どんな罪だってんだ。どうせ叩いたとかごまかしたとかくだらねえ罪だろ。
Is there something else that I'm missing? Did he maybe want solve the epitaph? I don't know.
そなたの罪で人が死ぬ。
Because of your sin, people die. Whoa!
嘘つけ。俺は誰も殺してなんかいない。じゃあ言えよ。俺が誰を殺した？いつ？誰を？どうやって？
そなたの罪によりこの島の
Best to finish the chapter and then tally the theory. You're right. I should get all the info and then start theorizing because I feel like what I've been reading can't be exactly all of it.
誰も逃さず全て死ぬ。
A great many humans of this island die. No one escapes. All die. Okay. Maybe it's... Maybe he did find the gold. Who knows? Beato, you're throwing me for a frenzy.
何をわけわかんねえこと言ってんだ。
You know why I'm scared of being right about the Shannon thing? Because this isn't the first time I called a plot twist of this caliber before in different media. For example, there's a huge reveal in Yakuza 7 that I called as much as the first 10 minutes of the game just because of like me seeing some cinematic shots being set up in a certain way and the narrative writing being told in a certain way. Almost at the end of the game, that hacking crackhead theory gets proven correct and I was like, what the fuck? Why am I such a galaxy brain? And right now, I'm like, I don't want this to be right. I'm scared.
俺がみんなを殺したって言うのかよ。俺は殺人鬼か？
So my only two theories thus far of what these two sins could be. 8 and like A. It's something about Shannon. And the reason I say that is because it's the only other thing I can remember that happened before he left. And because the second name in that list of that envelope has a blank name. And I know for a fact that Battler has admitted that he was in love with Shannon before, so it's a fact. So maybe that's why I think that maybe something to do with that. But B, my other thought being like, yeah, well, if it led to everybody dying, then maybe he found the gold before.
そなたが直接手を下すわけではない。しかし、そなたが罪を犯したからこそ、6年にもわたる歯車の狂いにて歪みが生じ。
Man, I am busting my throat with this theory.
これだけの人命が失われるのだ。そなたはこの惨劇の原因の一つである。
You are one of the causes of this tragedy, huh?
いい加減にしろ。じゃあなんだ。俺が6年前に後ろ宮の席を捨てたから13人が死んだってのか。
Because she admitted also another theory that I was hatching as soon as I saw was me thinking that he has met Beatrice in the other mansion before, but she already said it with the red truth. It's not possible.
俺が
So
6年ぶりに後ろ宮家に帰ってきたから13人が死んだってのか。ふざけるな。いい加減にしろ。俺はこの6年間最も後ろ宮家から遠ざかっていた男だぜ。その俺が何に何のどんな影響を与えたってんだ。俺だって好きで親族会議に来たわけじゃねえぞ。6年ぶりによりを戻したからこれまでの期間のけじめってことでしぶしぶと六軒島まで来たんじゃねえか。別に俺は今日ここへ来る義理なんてなかったんだ。 その俺が帰ってきてそれが理由で惨劇が起こった？じゃあなんだ、俺が帰ってこなけりゃ誰も死なずに済んだってのか？赤で言えよ。俺がもし帰ってこなかったらこのおかしな殺人事件は起こらなかったと赤で言えるのかよ。苦笑要求、後宮バトラがもしも六軒島に戻ってこなかったら事件は起こらなかった。言えるものなら言ってみろ。言えねえだろ。言えやしないのさ。犯人はお前なんだ、俺じゃない。勝手にその責任を俺になすりつけるんじゃねえ。
Oh, Beato is not happy.
苦笑してみろってんだ。
Beato is definitely not happy.
事件に俺の存在なんか関係ないのさ。
What could have happened that she took it this personally, though? That's why I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is the thing. Good evening, Yuppie. Hi, Kumamaru. How are you doing? And Yuppie with the humble brag. It's not really a brag. It's just I've read a lot of stories before. And I like to theorize sometimes, so... like, I also really love consuming theory videos, and that was... like in Higurashi, I like to theorize a lot, especially in Go. But then Sotsu was like, I'm gonna make the most obvious answer out of every arc, and I'm like, I hate this. I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now I felt the tormenting cold from those raindrops. Is there nothing that you can remember? What is it? Oh, she's pissed.
おい、俺は少しイラつき始めてんだぜ。言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。俺に恨みがあるなら堂々と言えばいい。
Did you make Anja sick? Is that it?
いやらしい言い方をするんじゃねえ。
I feel like the crackhead series I'm spouting out are like me as if I drank wine.
ああ、何にも思い出せねえな。
Yeah. I feel like Beato is really pissed about this.
何も思い出せぬというか、これにて未練は尽きたか。
Oh, Beato doesn't look very happy about this. The theorizing is the fun part. Yes, it is. I enjoy theorizing, but I am a little bit at loss of what to think for this little sin, what it might be.
それで良いのだ。かけることに意味がある。そうかもしれぬな。ならばこれにて、わらわの未練もゲームも終わりだ。そなたはどうする？さあな、わらわはもう何の興味もない。
Who are you talking to?
すまぬが、わらわはこれにて。
Is it like bored Beato and outside bored Beato talking to one another?
そうか、わかった。
Oh, okay, that makes sense. If she's talking to Beato from...
後のゲームはわらわが引き継ぐ。
I see, okay, yeah, so it was Peace Beato and outside the game Beato talking to one another.
そなたは休め。
Oh, she doesn't look happy at all. Beato, what did you do?
わらわが終わらせる。そなたはすべてを忘れて、枕に顔をうずめよ。羽の布団はそなたをすべてから優しく守ってくれるだろう。後片付けを頼む。任せよ。後のことは
He
すべ
didn't
て
go to church. Fact. The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch who had appeared from behind remained. She certainly was identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice-cold, completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits.
Oi!
Battler, what did you do?
テストとやらはもう十分だろ。
No!
合格だろうと不合格だろうとどうでもいいぜ。
You don't
お
remember,
前の
man!
横っ面をぶん殴ってやらなきゃ。降りてきやがれ。さもなきゃここの扉を開けやがれ。
The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as ice cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she'd first appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without the words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Cap was making fun of Virgilia, who had tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting Lia and Cap at each other. I love this. With this as a sideshow, Kinza and Ronove had opened a new— Oh, stop! You'll get drunk!
おお、戻ったか。どうであったか。バトラのテストの結果は。
A resounding failure.
マリアのテストは文句なしに合格点であった。
Maria passed the test? Oh shit!
あやつを小娘とわしは長いこと侮っていた。これはどうしていやはやなかなか。
Damn nerd Maria, she's just good! It seemed like Kinza was dead drunk. Facing Beato had returned, he laughed with the same level of tension as the time they'd left for the tests. Did I miss Maria's test? They didn't show it. We only saw Battler's test. However, Ronove and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Cap also froze her expression and went silent.
どうしたベアトリーチェよ。我が最愛の魔女よ。酒が足りぬか、魚が足りぬか。土砂降りを浴びながら牛でも丸焼きにしようか。おお、悪くない。
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't shown. You didn't miss any. You didn't miss a test, Kumamaru. Mari's probably too epic to show. Probably.
ロノウェ、早速準備をせよ。
Yes.
ベアトリーチェよ。バトラのテスト結果は後だ。まずはスペアリブで乾杯といこうではないか。
お前が丸焼きになるがよい。
何?
The witch who had spoken bluntly coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over laughing in a great mood. Then behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. Oopsies! Goodbye! Goodbye! You deserved it. As crimson flames spat from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole on his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beato Rich, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and the demons created by the massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around them burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain.
どうなさいましたか、お嬢様。
Oh, he's here. Are you here to comfort her?
今日がサム、その邪魔な燃えかすを片付けよ。
Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her.
私が片付けるわ。
Gap made a jet-black pitfall swallow up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gap might also have been burned. You could even feel that thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while they're walking, There was how much unconsciously and mercilessly Beato was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby.
どうしたのです、ベアト。答えたくない。いや、答えるのももはやめんどくさい。
どうしたのよ、らしくもなく。何かあったの？バトラが何か言っ
But no, Gap! Gap, don't! Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking. In an instant, turned Gap into a glass sculpture.
しばらく消えろ。大変に不機嫌だ。
I don't feel so good, Beato. Beatrice spoke that in a truly cold voice which would freeze the heart just by hearing it.
かしこまりました。
Please leave! Be safe!
それでは私どもはこれでおいとまさせていただきます。何かございましたらいつでもお呼びを。
Just go, just go! Please! Come to my room. I will take care of you. After bowing, Ronovit turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. Oh, so did Gap? After turning Gap, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies, Virgilia also turned into a cloud, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice just stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen emptied wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered disappear in that instant, the room was cleaned up in a flash, as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether a number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silent, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering.
バトラ、いるか。
Oh!
さっきからいるぜ。何なんだ一体お前は。さっきから変だぜ。
I wonder why, Battler.
変に見えるか。それはすまぬな。
あれだけ上機嫌に酒を酌み交わしていたクソジジイをいきなり焼き捨て、お前の友人の悪魔女も、ガラスの彫像、悪魔の執事もお師匠も、消えろの一言でさっさと出てけだ。お前、どんだけ気まぐれでわがままなんだか。
バトラ、もうやめた。
I'm done?
何を？
わらわはもう、飽きた。
はあ？そりゃまあ、お前が追っ始めたゲームだぜ。
Welp?
飽きてくれて助かるってもんす。つまるところ、投了ってわけだな。
投了などではない。ただ終わるだけだ。いや、終わりもしない。このままゲームが永遠に放棄されるだけだ。
Okay.
そういうのを投了って言うんじゃねえのかよ。いや、飽きて放り出すって言葉がお前にはぴったりだな。
その通りだ。飽きたから放り出す。あとは知らぬ。そのまま放置されて好きに埃でもかぶればいい。
お前どうしたんだ。なんだかさっきからやりにくいぜ。
Oh man, Battler is amazingly dense when it comes to Beato. It's happened in episode 3 and now again. Like, you know, when Beato was being vulnerable and showing what Kinzo did to her in episode 3 and Battler was just dismissive about it. That was one thing. And now he's like, yeah, well, I don't know what I did.
お前は赤で自分とは関係ないなんて言ってみせたが、どうせ言葉遊びだろ。
Although at the same time, I don't know what's wrong either, so I'm like, Battle, what the fuck did you do? What did you do?
俺を恨んでるってな。
お前に恨みなどないと何度言えばわかるのか。わらわはそなたが罪を残したその当時に存在しておらぬ。
As Beato spoke in an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this even once until now.
ま、お前がふっかけてきたゲームだ。俺も決着がつかねえのは残念だが、気が向いたらぜひまた誘ってくれよな。
Oh, Battler, if only it was this simple. I think you're gonna be stuck in this board in particular.
そん時は慎んでご辞退させてもらうけどよ。
He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue.
何度も何度も10月4日と5日をぐるぐる過ごしたわけだが、これで明後日には船が来る。
It's not coming.
そして船着き場には海猫も戻ってくる。
Oh, roll credits.
俺はようやく六軒島名物のあのニャーニャーいう鳴き声を聞けるわけだ。
Battler, I think the game board is going to be frozen for all eternity. Are you sure you want
島に来
this?
た時は天気のせいか全然いなかったからな。海猫の鳴く頃に全ては終わるってば。終わり終わり。せいせいすら。
何をそなたは勘違いしておるのか。
ん？何をだって？
何も終わらぬとこれにて全ては放置される。ゲームは忘れられ、盤上の駒はそのままに放置される。進みも戻りも取りも取られもしない。
Oh?
勝ちもなく負けもなく、ただ放置されるんだ。
つまりはおしまいってことだろ？
Oh my god, I don't think you understand.
違う。
It's
我々の
paused.
手番にて永遠にゲームが止まる。
It means, Battler, basically you're stuck in pause
そなた
forever.
の番は来ない。だから勝ちも負けも引き分けもない。かつてのわらはそなたにそうされるわけにはいかなかった。そなたに勝つという目的があったからだ。しかしそれに興味を失った。だからこれ以上手番を進める意味がもう何。
俺に手番が来ないというのは。
I thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and that I'd be able to escape Rokenjima. But for some reason, Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Just what is she's been saying and why the bad mood? Also hold up, bathrooms. And I'm gonna get another water. Okay, I'm back. Okay, just what is it she's been saying and why the bad mood? At that time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there.
その子が言っているのはこういう意味よ。
Oh, it's Burn!
このゲームが駒をそのままに蓋を閉じられるということ。ゲームは終わらないまま永遠に留め置かれる。
Oh, do you mean, you can just say she's pausing the game.
あん たが元の世界へ戻ることのできる唯一の方法はベアトに勝利することだけ。つまりベアトがゲームを放棄しちゃうってことわかる？
Suddenly in a different place was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More important was the meaning of her words. If the game is abandoned, then... Huh? Oh my god, you're so dense.
そういうことよ。勝負は敵味方が揃わなきゃ決着しない。あなたにはもう永遠に勝利してこの世界から抜け出すことができないということよ。
さしずめ、あなたを閉じ込めた檻の鍵をハトの首輪にでもくくりつけて飛ばしてしまうようなものかしら。冗談じゃないわ、ベアト。そんなつまらないゲームを見に私たちははるばるここまで来たわけじゃないのよ。これでゲームをお開きなんて冗談じゃないわ。
ラムダに同じよ。まだその目的を達していない。
Well,
こん
she
なとこ
lost
ろでゲーム
interest.
放棄されて逃げ出されたんじゃたまらないわ。
キョーラを失望させるゲームの幕切れとなったことは認めよう。しかしこの茶会のホストたるわらわは何しろ
Rika, Birkenstell, yeah, right.
今日が覚めればもてなす術など知らぬ。もとよりそれがわらわの魔女たるゆえんのはず。何も問題はなかろう。
確かにあなたの競技には反しないわ。
私は認めないわよ。ふざけんじゃないわよ。あんたにどんだけ肩入れしたと思ってんのよ。
Well,
ここまでお膳立てさせてこれではいおしまい。ふざけんじゃないわよ。
she's
わ
uninterested.
らわは飽きたと。それ以上も以下もない。
そうはいかないわよ。あんたにはこのゲームを続けてもらうわ。バトラーに勝利したいんでしょ。勝って屈服させたいんでしょ。もう一息じゃないね
え。そこで俺に振るんじゃねえ。ただ俺にも意見はある。言わせてくれ。
何か。
Oh, she's still
こい
pissed.
つはお前に売られた喧嘩だ。俺はお前とはっきり白黒をつける覚悟がある。何度か屈服しかけたが途中で逃げ出して勝負をうやむやにして逃げるつもりだけはさらさらねえ。俺がここにいて戦う意志を見せている以上逃げるんじゃねえ。ベアトリーチェ。
同感だわ。バトラーを巻き込んでおいて勝ちも負けも与えずに立ち去るなんて無責任にも程がある。
Suddenly even Gretel was there. Suddenly she was there. And everyone was calling Beato responsible.
ほう、どうやらわらわが無責任だと罵られる最大の理由はバトルならばバトル。お前もまたわらわと同様に対戦相手を降りてくれぬか。それでならわらわは批判されることもない。
Oh shit!
俺が降りると六円島を出られるのか。
No.
出られるわけもなかろうが、勝手に誇りを浴びて肩にでも積もらせよ。
ふざけないで。なんて無責任な人なの。あんたはこれだけ大勢の人間を殺した。しかも魔女の力によって何度も何度も。むごたらしい殺し方でその責任を取らず逃げ出すなんて絶対に許せない。
責任。ほう。わらわはどのようにしてその責任とやらを取ればいいのか。
決着をつけるまで戦いなさい。バトラーは正面の席に座りあなたに打ち勝つまで決して諦めずに戦う。だからあなたも任されるまで戦いなさい。それが嫌ならバトラーを任せてみせなさい。許さない。全てをうやむやにしてバトラーをこの席に放り出して永遠に閉じ込めて返さないなんて許さない。
グレーテル。
To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me, but in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game world no matter what. So I responded in kind.
ベアト、 こっちを向け。俺はここにいる。お前の正面のライバルの席だ。わかるな。俺がここに座り続ける限りお前に逃げは。だから逃げるな。戦え。お前が始めた戦いだろうが。
She's very angry,
これ
yes.
だけ何度も何度も上等を決めやがってしっちゃかめっちゃかにやってくれたんだ。
And it's Battler's fault, basically. Something is wrong.
今さら秋田で終わらせられるかよ。俺はお前の対戦相手だ。
Because we do remember in episode 3, she could have ended the game right then and there, and she looked like she was conflicted, right? I mean, of course, Anje interrupted it, but we did see a part where she was like, looked like she was hesitating and going through expressions. So a part of me thinks that Beato wanted the game to continue, if just for this moment, like about this remembering his sin. But fucking Christ, I don't know what this might be.
逃げるなんて許さねえぞ。聞いてるのか、この無責任魔女め。なんとか言ってみろってんだ。
After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this.
バトラが対戦相手をやめてくれぬ以上、このゲームを放棄することは認められぬと。ならば東王、そもそもそこにいる男にわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるのかどうか。
Okay.
資格？
当然。さっきのテストとやらのことだぜ。
何をする気？
Let's go.
これよりそなたにわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるかどうか。
Oh shit, oh
それ
fuck.
を良いか、バトラ。その資格が認められれば、わらわは席にとどまり、そして勝敗
Fuck,
の
I
決
keep
着につくま
accidentally
で
skipping the
永遠に
voices.
戦い
I'm そ
続けることを
sorry.
約束しよう。
I'm so excited, but
俺にはもとよりその覚悟はあるぜ。
しかし、その資格がなかったなら、そなたは消えよ。
what?
対戦相手が消えればゲームもない。わらわは堂々とここを立ち去れる。今日らもよろしいか。口出しは無用。
どうぞお好きなように。
Oh shit, oh fuck.
バトラ、あんたしっかり答えるのよ。
資格があるからこそ俺はここにいるんだろ。何も怯えることなんざねえぜ。
Are you sure?
まさか。
Gretel grew suddenly pale. I thought her to be calm, collected type, so that expression surprised me.
それではバトラ、赤で復唱してもらおう。
お、俺に副賞要求ってか。
What?
俺のお箱を奪いやがって。しかし赤き真実って俺でもできるのか。
Oh, does he have to solve the epitaph right here and now?
どうやるんだ。
そうだと念じればできるわよ。簡単よ。
俺の名は後宮バトラ。
He can do it!
おお、こりゃ面白いや。
That's so cute.
やめて！あんたの狙いは読めてるわ。彼は
What's happening? When Gretel yelled, Beato glared at her. Then her form was wiped away in an instant. Oh shit!
うるさい。そなたはしばらく席を外せ。今日らもであるぞ。口出しをするならば容赦せぬ。
邪魔はしないわ。どうぞご自由。
Fucking straight up deleted Anje.
エルン、まずいでしょうが。あいつ消す気よ、バトラを。
なんだと。あいつ何を企んでやがる。
And he of course uses it to assert who he is. Lol.
それでは資格を問うぞ。 面白いな。普段のゲームが攻守が逆になった。これは最後の最後でとても貴重な体験だ。良いか、心してまずは聞け。まずはわらわが赤で語る。わらわは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチ、そして後宮金蔵の孫後宮バトラと戦うためにこのゲームを開催した。
Okay.
そんなことは知ってるぜ。だからなんだ。
副賞要求、後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。
Okay, let's go.
はあ？そこでなんでおふくろの名が出てくるんだよ。
Oh no. Are you going to do what I think you're doing? Beato? Don't do this to me.
ただ赤で副賞せ。
Beato urged me with the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I have absolutely nothing to feel for that would trouble me if thrown in my face, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. Guys, I'm scared. I'm suddenly thinking about another theory that I had in my mind. That I spoke with just my boyfriend in private? I'm scared. Please don't prove me right on that too. Please, I am begging. Do what? Okay, see, here's the thing. I was wondering why why Anje and Battler look very identical. You know, red hair, both, blue eyes, both. I always thought that was like, I don't know, Rudolph's genes. I brushed it off as just being Rudolph's genes. But I'm starting to wonder if... But at some point, I wondered if Battler and Anje were born from the same mother. Please don't prove me right, because I thought for a second that maybe Kiria's son was robbed in her birth. That's like a crackhead theory that I popped up, that I talked with my boyfriend, and the only reason I thought about that was like, hey, don't you think it's funny that Anje and Battler look almost exactly the same, like have the same features? Must be Rudolph's genes, right? It's not like Rudolph could have like stolen Kiria's baby and then be like, oh, you had a miscarriage. I don't think that's what happened, but please God, why is her name popping up now?
いいぜ。復唱する。後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。
Okay, okay, I'm good. I'm good.
赤便利だな。戸籍標本を持ってくる面倒もね。
Okay, okay. I think maybe I have been wrong.
無駄口はいらぬ。続けるぞ。
I'm good.
そ
Okay.
なたの名は後宮バトラである。
I think Kiria would know if her baby is stolen. Exactly. That's why I said it was just a crackhead theory. And that's like a theory that I didn't really bring up before because I was like, nah, that's stupid. I thought red hair and blue eyes is just Rudolph genes and that's it.
俺の名は後宮バトラだ。
後宮バトラだ。後宮アスムから生まれた。
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた。
Why are you making him say
そ
that?
なたは後宮アスムから生まれた。
See, this is why I'm scared because I'm like, why are you making him repeat that? That sounds sus.
俺は後宮。
See? See? No, please don't prove me right. I'm begging. At that time, my throat suddenly closed. It was rapidly assaulting with a choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time.
俺は後宮アスムから生まれた。
It's not red. See?
くそ。
See?
俺は後宮アスムから生まれた。
He's not Asubu's son.
なんだ。さっきまでは簡単にできてたのに、急に赤がうまくできなくなったぞ。
What the fuck? What the fuck?
負傷を拒否するの。
拒否なんかじゃねえ。俺は後宮アスムから生まれた。なんでだ。
What the fuck?
ちくしょう、なんで赤が使えないんだ。そんなバカな。
What the fuck? Please. My mom is Ushiromiya Asumu, right? Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is...
語れぬ赤を無理に語ろうとすると窒息するぞ。
Now we're entering true soap opera territory. Yeah, is there like a third woman or...
無理をしなくてよい。以上の事実からわらわはそなたを青で追求させてい
The
る。
fact to press you in blue. I see.
覚えているな。青は相手を否定する仮説を宣言するのに用いる。
Damn, Rudolph!
それは赤での否定が
What
義
did
務付けられ
Rudolph do?
それがない場合勝利となる。では参るぞ。
Okay, first time we see blue in action.
以上の復唱要求並びに復唱拒否か
Andreas Pator's mother confirmed. Nah.
らわらわはそなたに対戦相手の資格がないことを宣言する。なぜならベアトリーチ後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラと戦うためによって対戦相手であるそなたには後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであることを赤で宣言する義務が生じ、それに対する復唱をそなたは拒否した。
But he
こ
did.
れは資格の喪失を意味するものである。
What in the fuck?
赤でそれの何かを否定するのよ。早く。
ああ、俺は後宮バトラだ。それを赤で復唱できている以上、俺はお前の対戦相手のはずだぜ。
そなたが後宮バトラの名を持つことは事実である。
Yes.
しかし人命は独占されたものではない。複数の人間が後宮バトラを名に持つことは可能。すなわちこういうことだ。そなたは後宮アスムの息子後宮バトラと同姓同名の別人である。
Bro. Ryukishi, I'm going to fight you with my both hands.
なんだと
No!
バカなこと言うんじゃねえ。
No!
俺はお袋の子だぞ。後宮アスムの子だ。
Are you? Is maybe your sin... Oh, wait, no, never mind.
俺は後宮アスムから。
Well. Hold on. I have to check something. System... No, not you people. Okay, we have the family tree here. Okay, Rudolph's eye color. I can't see shit! I have to zoom in! Hold up. Oh god, I have to zoom into the smallest pixels. It's brown! Got it. Kirie's eye color. It's brown too! Fuck me, I guess! And the pics are more zoomed in.
なぜだ。なぜ俺がお袋から生まれたと言えないんだ。
Because she's not your
こんな
mom.
バカなことがあるというのか。
苦しむことはない。わらわは遊ばぬ。これにてチェックメイト。
Fuck?
そなたは後宮アスムの息子ではない。
What?
そんなバカ。
そなたは誰？後宮バトラーを名乗る。何？
ちょっと待てよ。
What the fuck?
俺は後宮バトラだ。俺は後宮アスムから生まれた親父とお袋の息子だ。
いいや、わらわの対戦相手たる後宮バトラであるはずが、その証拠に。
証拠だと。
そなたに6年前の罪を知らない。
What is going on? Are you an imposter who killed like, I don't know, the real battler, and now you're like, I'm the real battler? Or maybe it's just as simple as Asumu is not his mom. God.
真の後宮バトラならば罪など犯さない。
What?
だが結果的に罪は起こり、6年の月日が空白となった。
Think about what they said before.
当時を何も知らぬ男
What do you mean they said before
後宮
about...
バトラを名乗って六軒島へ姿
How
を
would that
現
work?
す。
Yeah, it doesn't work. That's why I'm like...
その真相はこう。
I think... Oh wait, that truth goes like this. 6 years ago, my opponent, the true Shiromiya battler, was already dead. You were part of a plot by Rudolph having something to do with distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in Shiromiya battler's place. Stop. Are we addressing the thing that Rosa has said in episode 2? That's ridiculous. I agree. What the fuck?
しっかりしなさい。
まあ言い返せないなら仕方がないわ。バトラにその資格はなく、そういうことよ。
ベル、それでいいの？それを認めちゃったらあんたも負けちゃうのよ。
あんたが勝っちゃうんでしょう。なんでバトルの肩を持ってるの？
Welp.
残念よ、バトル。あなたにベアトリーチェの対戦相手たる資格がなかったの。とて私もうかつだったわ。資格のない駒に張ってたなんて。
Welp.
私の乾杯だわ、ベアトリーチェ。
負けも勝ちもない。ただ対戦相手が消えるだけで。
Battler faked his ID at the entrance.
元から
Maybe.
いなかったと言うべき。
じゃあよ、俺は誰なんだよ。俺は親父やおふくろの子じゃないのかよ。俺は誰なんだ。何なんだ。
Congrats, you broke him.
おふくろの子じゃないってんならなんだよ。縁もゆかりもない赤の他人の子だとかそう言い出すのかよ。
God knows.
それならば金蔵の血は引いていないことになる。いずれにせよそなたにこのゲームの対戦資格はない。
バカなバカな。
You're probably kidding, yeah.
もうよい。もともとそなたが後宮バトラでない可能性も多少は承知していたのだ。だから問わねばならなかった。本当のバトラなら知っていることを聞かねばならなかった。残念。そなたがひょっとしたら本当に後宮バトラであるかもしれないとわらわも1000兆分の1の奇跡にかけたのだ。だがやはりそなたは同姓同名の別人だった。
Okay. Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No! No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he was not given an answer. In the world stained with darkness, Battler spoke something and Lambda ran up to him, yelling something very quickly. But it already seemed very far away, and it didn't reach Battler's ears. Then he, not knowing who he himself was, erased himself. Oh shit! Battler is gone! Great! I wasn't supposed to be yelling, and yet... Battler!
これで対戦相手は消えたな。それではこれで今日らも旅支度を整えられるがよい。我が領地にてもう何も催しは予定されていない。それではごきげんよう。さらばだ。
Welp? Without saying anything more, she clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared.
あんた、これでいいわけ？ バトラ消えちゃったわよ。
Show's over. Umineko's finished. Thanks for playing.
負けず嫌いのあんたがこの結末でいいわけ？
God knows.
あんたは私の負けに張ってたんでしょ。なら万々歳じゃない。おめでとうラムダ。じゃあまたどこかの世界で会いましょう。まあ無限のかけら世界のこと、どこかでまたご縁がある確率はそれこそ1000兆分の1よりも少ないでしょうけれど。じゃあね、楽しかったわ。
Welp.
バイバイ。
Okay.
待ってよベル。
Chasing after Burncanstel had disappeared first. Lambda disappeared as well. After that, everyone was gone, and the study was now completely empty. Fuck? It returned to silent, almost as though no one had been there from the outset. No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. Where's Maria? Maria, please! Help! In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beato questioned herself.
やはり魔法は初めからマリアージュ・ソルシエールの中だけで使うべきであったな。
そうだね。
Maria, please help us!
マリアもエンジェの時にそう思ったよ。
魔女同盟はわらわとそなた、その二人で始めた。他のものを混ぜようというのがそもそもの間違いであったのだ。
こんなにも楽しいからマリアたちはその輪に親しい誰かを加えたかったよね。そうして魔女同盟がどこまでも大きくなってみんなで楽しく魔法が使えて幸せになれたらと願った。
だが魔法を理解できるのはやはりわらわとそなたの二人だけだった。
Oh boy.
私たちは奇跡が巡り合わせたこの世界でたった二人しかいない魔女なんだよ。マリアはもうベアトさえいれば他には誰もいらないよ。
Okay.
わらわもだ。そなたさえいればもう誰もいらぬ。
Aww.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは結成したその一番最初の時点でもう完成していたんだよ。
そうであるな。まさにそうであるな。
Where are we? Ooh! This garden. It was once a witch's alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What did I want to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember, but that's a feeling I now wish to throw away for the far side of oblivion.
いいよ。何もかも忘れてしまおう。二人だけのマリアージュ・ソルシエール。私たちは互いを認め合う。そして誰にも傷つけられない。だからもう傷つかない。泣かない。すべて忘れよう。ね。ベアと私たちは永遠だよ。
Aww.
マリア。
Aww. Oh, Beato, what did you do? Oh, poor Beato. I feel for her. What's going on? Beato, what did you do? You keep hurting Beato back to back in Umineko. Okay, she keeps hurting you too, but come on. What did you do? What? I'm feeling mood whiplash. The fuck's happening? I'm getting mood whiplash here. He went for milk and never came back.
天草、それ切ってくれる？
おっと、そりゃ失礼。エムザッキーはお嫌いで？
Oh my god. Is that from his radio?
今が気分じゃないだけ。
Don't you like trumpets, Ange? Amakusa, turned the radio off. Please turn it back on. It's such a good song. Please put the trumpet back on, the jazz. I love the Higurashi cameos. Me too. Although I don't know who he is in Higurashi. I know he showed up in Go, but I don't remember him otherwise. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea, and blotted out by the ocean's grey.
見えるかい？あの辺が当時の船着き場だ。
It's Rokkenjima time! The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall that scene of 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time, but no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just inevitable, and it felt sad and painful for some reason. He got he was one of the dog group. He got bamboozled by Sadako. Oh, he was part of the Yamainu. But I at least remember one thing. You might say I'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. And yet again, the cries of the seagulls. I do remember those, and I have to go to the bathroom again. I'm back. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean, so everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rokkenjima and a family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my family situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
六軒島ですかい。すべての始まりで、すべての旅の終着駅ってわけだ。
Amakusa, in an attempt to speak for my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hoped that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island silhouette at the time just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything.
船長、さっきのもう一つの船着き場の話を聞かせてください。
六軒島には船着き場は一つしかないことになった。だがそれは表向きだ。
島裏のもう一つの隠された船着き場。
Is that the one where Shannon went to? Like the
六
little
軒島その
temple?
ものね。誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
Okay, never mind, sorry.
六軒島は石宮家の領有する島だ。だが金蔵さん個人が所有する島というもう一つの顔がある。
一つの島、二つの船着き場、二つの屋敷ですかい。愛人を囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
もう一つの船着き場のことを知る人間は
限られとる。金蔵さん、執事の源氏さん、わしら船の関係者、高齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。南條診療所の先代先生も熊沢のばあさんも知っとった。数えりゃ結構いるような気がするが、とにかく知っている人間はわずかだった。
そのもう一つの屋敷について教えてください。
クワドリアっちゅう名前のお屋敷があるとだけは聞かされとった。わしは船を離れることを許されんかったから一度も見たことはないが。
船着き場からは見えないくらいに遠いということですかい？
わからん。ただ隠し屋敷だからな。外からは見えん場所に建ててあったろうな。とにかくクワドリアンについてはあの島の最高の秘密だった。
クアドリアンにベアトリーチェが住まわされていた、あるいは幽閉されていたという説がありますが、
わしはクワドリアンへの雑貨も運んでおった。その中に女しか使わんような、それも高級なもんが含まれることも多かった。
Okay, so all that stuff for Beato.
わしもその説を確信しとる。
では船長はベアトリーチェって女を直接見たことはないわけですかい？
I think other than Rosa, no one has.
20年近く出入りをしたが一度も見たことはない。
20年
20 years. Okay, yeah, no, that wouldn't go all the way back to Rosa.
ってことは最低でも年齢プラス20ってわけだ。こりゃマドモアゼルは期待できね
えな。だがクワドリアンへの出入りはある日を境にぷっつりとなくなっちまった。今からだいたい30年前だから。
Okay, that must have been after the lady died, right?
昭和43年頃だったと思う。
ぷっつりと突然。
食料やゴミなどの運搬往来でわしらは決められた日程で裏に行っとった。ああ、裏っちゅうのはクワドリアン側の船着き場のことだ。
I see.
わかります。それで
ある日源氏さんから急な連絡があった。
From Genji, huh?
別の指示があるまで裏には行かなくていいって言うんだ。
別の指示とは？
特にはなかった。早い話がある日突然裏には今後定期便はいらない、食料も届けなくていいと言われたわけだ。
I'm going to assume that's when Rosa met Beatrice and the real one and then died.
わしは最初クビにされたのかと思ったよ。だがすぐに気づいた。それにクワドリアンのことを知る使用人たちの様子からもなんとなく察しがついた。
ベアトリーチェが死んで食料を届ける必要も世話人を送る必要もなくなった。
Sounds about right.
わしはそう考えとる。それっきり裏へ船を出せという指示は受けてない。しかし裏については死ぬまで何も喋るなと。
Genji came to see me face to face. Okay, that. Huh.
その後源氏さんが直接わしのところへ来てえらく強く念を押した。
その20年間も放置されていた隠し屋敷にどうしてエヴァおばさんが？
Oh, okay. On that day 12 years ago, Ushiromiya Eva somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years?
ワイドショーで見たよ。わしにも何が何だかさっぱりわからん。
Wasn't the gold... At least I remember the background where she found the gold on that one door. It wasn't the same as the passage, right? The passage where the characters went through in episode 4. Maybe that's how she found the way into the Kuwadoria mansion. That makes sense.
エヴァさんを裏へ案内したことは一度もない。どうしてどうやってクワドリアンを知り たどり着いたのか。
Then it's probably...
わしにはさっぱり見当もつかない。
Yeah, it's probably the gold then.
裏のクアドリアンに陸路で行くことは不可能だったのかしら。
Oh yes, it is.
もしも話通りに未開の密林だとしたら、おめかしした奥様風情に踏破できるもんじゃありませんぜ。
じゃあ回路はモーターボートみたいなものがあったとか。
What, in the storm?
まさかあの二晩の台風はそりゃひどいもんだった。船なんぞ使えるわけもない。
Yep, it's the epitaph.
じゃあ屋敷とクアドリアンを直通する、例えば地下通路のようなものがあったとか。
You got it, Anja, you
愛
got
人
it.
の家へ出入りするのに毎回船の用立てが必要なんて面倒でしょ。
全長 2km の六軒島の対角線上に存在する屋敷をつなぐためにそんだけの長い地下トンネルを
Yeah?
とバカにしてえところだが、愛人のために隠し屋敷まで作っちまう大富豪だ。それも否定できんところですな。どうなんですか船長。
わしは海の人間だ。穴のことはわからん。だが硫黄島で旧日本軍は25キロのトンネルを掘ってみせたぞ。あの金蔵さんなら2キロくらい掘ってみせてもわしは何も驚かん。
やっぱりおかしな島ね。私たちはこの島のことを未だ誰一人何も知らない。
Damn captain that came out bad. Well. Alright. Are we at the boat reached the shore? They have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion.
わしはここで待っている。屋敷は向こうだ。当時の道が残っているだろうが、草木で覆われてしまってるはずだ。
Probably.
迷わんように気をつけてな。
ほんじゃ行きましょうかね。
With probably some beetles.
ありがとう天草。あんたもここで待ってて。
ま、そう言い出すんじゃないかと思ってましたぜ。
届け物をするだけよ。あなたが一緒だと向こうが迷惑するの。あんたの毒素強そうだから。
毒素はて。
すぐに戻るわ。今日の本命はクアドリアンの方だもの。届け物をしたらすぐに戻ってくるわ。
Okay. You're not going to go to the mansion. Anja put her knapsack holding the flowers she would offer.
さしてやれ若いの。行ってこいお嬢ちゃん。あんたの家族が待っている。
Okay, let's go. Where are you going? I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I had guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I felt it. Because I was me, I could feel the presence like an aura of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen runs of rock along with overgrown trees and ivy, and the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. But Rokkenjima is also located within the Tokyo Metropolis. Apologizing to the signs for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was the vast view of the island. I could only see a desolate forest and rocks walls spread out below me. But I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with cracks that might even call gentle cliffs. And it was easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that the proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998. And it is that day and today. The boundary between this world and Nirvana.
ここがこの旅の終着点みたいね。
As the strong winds blew Mamon's and Saktaro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop.
ここからじゃさっぱりわからないわ。お屋敷はどこ？もっと近づきましょうよ。無理だよ。戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。
You won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998, and I am the Ushiromi Anje who had been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something.
だからごめんね、二人とも。
ビルの屋上から飛び降りた後ろ宮エンジェが情けない。
ごめんね。
ここでも同じだよ。あの日の風が感じられるから。こんな風だったっけ？もうすぐ来てくれるよ、みんな。
Saktaro said it as though it was completely natural, and I believed it. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants. And Maria Oni-chan.
私よ、エンジェよ、私は帰ってきたわ。
When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract, and I hadn't understood. But now, I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushiromiya Anje, and the journey reached an end as the last witch of Mariage Sorcière. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushiromiya family and as the last witch.
お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん、ごめんね。先にマリアお姉ちゃんとの挨拶をさせてね。
A strong tailwind urged me on. That tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here on I couldn't see, I believed that it flew me to the mansion on that day and to where everyone was, to where Mario Nechan was. And so, even though my body was on the top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky of Rokkenjima. Below me was the green of many trees. But I understand. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives and all the servants. And Mario Nechan too. I could even comprehend Mario Nechan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now.
Maria お姉ちゃん、聞こえる？聞いて。
Anje called to the Maria of that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it.
だから私、今こそ全部理解したの、魔法を。理解した。私たちの魔法はきっと、とてもささやかで、身近に溢れてる。でも、それは誰の目にも見えるものではないのよ、魔法とは。ええ、はっきり言えるわ。
Without love, it cannot be seen. Oh, there it is! Sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches, but now I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after the day I wounded you, Mariette Sorcière was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to One-chan in those days. One-chan's environment was sad enough to permit that.
でももうそんな悲しい日々は終わったよ。だからお姉ちゃんの魔女同盟を元の優しいマリアージュ・ソルシエルに戻そう。
The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world had been kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner creme croquette? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings that had once been colorful gradually began to change the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could you give birth to a magic that would seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could you give birth to a magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created one after another. Oh, Maria. Oh, burning the pages and her heart.
私がお姉ちゃんを傷つけたからマリアージュ・ソルシエルはこんなになってしまった。お姉ちゃんは黒き邪悪な魔女じゃない。白き無垢で無邪気な優しい魔女だったのよ。
I feel like this is like a direct parallel to Battler not admitting his sin or like even trying to think about it. Because multiple times he's like, yeah, no, I'm not giving in. He's being very stubborn, right? And he's not like really thinking about it, like considering what he may have done to hurt others. Okay, to be fair, it's very hard for him. While Ange here is like fully owning up to what she did, right? That she did something to Maria that made things more difficult for her. In part, I think it was Rosa's fault, but even before that, Ange really did hurt her.
私が元に戻してあげる。元のみんなを幸せにする魔法を世界中に振りまいていたマリアお姉ちゃんに戻してあげる。そのために私はここへ来た。運命に導かれてきた。お姉ちゃん、聞こえてる？その姿を私の前に見せて。
That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased, and silence fell. Crunch, crunch! I could hear the sound of a gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Marionette-chan's footsteps. Fuck! Fuck! You ruined everything! Fuck off!
ようやく見つけたわよ。エンジェちゃん。
Before I knew it, Aunt Kazumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Marionette-chan the slightest, were standing there surrounding me. And it felt like my voice had just been around, just about to reach Marionette-chan too. Because of these guys' toxin, that magic was cut off. Anji clicked her tongue at that, but Kazumi probably didn't hear it that way.
そのお花は亡くなった家族への
Tea time
偉
indeed!
いわ。それ投げるんでしょ。いいわよ。それまで待ってあげる。
Go away. Just what are you waiting for? But Anji could more or less guess. The way the wax suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I had absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family. But if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amount of stock I own suddenly go to them, it'll be pretty bad for the Oshimiya group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okonogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake.
おばさん、 いつからここで待ち伏せを？
早朝からよ。おかげですっかり待ちくたびれちゃったわ。何しろ喫茶店もお化粧室もないからね。
トイレもないからお上品に木陰で用を済ませていたわけね。
Oh no!
仮にもスマデラ家の血を半分引いてる淑女がそんな汚らわしい言葉を使うんじゃないわ。
Let Anne just say fuck!
やっぱりスマデラキリエの子ね。気品のかけらもありゃしない。
She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then spat at me. My words might be filthy, but they're no worse than her spit. Ew!
おばさんが私のことを話すといつも母さんのことばかり。私そんなにも母さんに似てますか？
ええ、似ているわ。その生意気そうな目、鼻も口もそっくりよ。自由奔放で無責任。歴史と伝統あるスマデラ家の重みなど何も考えず、自分勝手に家を飛び出したわ。おかげで私の人生はずっとその尻拭い。
まさにあんたの人生クソまみれね。
Well, when I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked and I was struck with sand. Oh no.
ああ、本当に姉さんに似てきたわ。
Man, you are
その
detestable.
目つき、そのどこか小馬鹿にした目つきよ。はあ、思い出すわ、いろいろと。
Man, you have issues.
哀れな人ね。きっと幼い頃から何かにつけて母さんに比較されて蔑まされてきたんでしょうに。そしてあんたは一生その惨めさから解放されやしないわ。
お前みたいな小娘にはわからないわよ。あんたのお母さんはね、何もかもを投げ出してスマデラ家を逃げ出した負け犬なのよ。
Nah.
その負け犬のせいで私がどれほど迷惑したことか。
あんたの迷惑なんか私の知ったこっちゃないわ。私の生まれる前の話をされても困るわよ。あんたの人生はいつ始まるの？始まりゃしないわ。いつまでもいつまでも永久に死んだ母さんに嘲笑われ続け、そのまま死ぬのよ。
You tell her. Kiria was hungry for Rudolph's dick. Well, valid.
というか死ねば。
Bruh. Oh, the Eva is jumping out.
なんで生きてるの？
この口の減らないガキが。あんたたちちょいとお茶をしてやりなさいな。
Guns.
お任せを。口の利き方も知らねえクソガキ。少し勉強させてやるぜ。
The black suit dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck and dragged me down. Holy shit.
私が一服終えるまでに適当に。かわいいメイにちょいと身の程を教えてあげなさい。
Oh no, no! Sumadera Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in positions that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them so that they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, like a literal reading of the word okami. Managing the Sumadera family with all its tradition was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kirie. Kirie had undergone that harsh training. And Kazumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess. Sneering at Kirie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. Well, karma came to bite you back in the ass. However, Kirie had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover Ushiromiya Rudolph. From the Sumadera's perspective, even though the Ushiromiya family held a vast fortune, it was the low-level family that had already collapsed. And to become not even a legal wife but a mistress to the second son of that family, normally a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole on the end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if the pole fell to the left. Jesus. But Kirie's punishment ended with disinheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Oshiromeya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kirie openly left the Sumadera family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Oshiromiya family. Kazumi had watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized the heavy responsibilities Kirie had borne would be passed on to her, and then for the first time she saw that she'd been outwitted. Karma! Feels delicious, isn't it?
私の人生はめちゃめちゃにされたわ。いいえ、一度殺されたと言ってもいい。あの日に私は一度殺されて地獄のような日々に突き落とされたのよ。
それまで人生舐めてきたツケじゃない。
はぁNo! Amakusa, please hurry! The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over, but I was quickly grabbed by the nape of the neck and made to stand up again. Kazumi cold-heartedly looked down at me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Kirie had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister Kirie had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then suddenly everything got flipped over and her life came crashing down.
私の人生も生活も生き方も何も事情を知らない親類からは姉さんの不名誉を理由にどれだけ蔑まれたことか。呪ったわ。あなたのお母さんを血を吐くほどに呪ったわよ。
That's your problem.
そりゃ嬉しいわ。これからもよろしく。
No! A kick landed in Anja's side as she crawled on the ground. Anja didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up. I saw Nesa... Oh, okay.
姉さんを後ろ宮グループのパーティーで見かけたわ。あいつ、旦那と一緒で、とても幸せそうに笑ってやがったわ。私に全部押し付けて、自分だけ幸せに。
Welp.
だから何？私に八つ当たりするとどうあんたが幸せになるってわけ？私に八つ当たりすると時間が巻き戻って歴史が変わったりしてくれるわけ。
No! Amakusa, hurry up!
あんた、さっき言ったわね。私の人生はいつ始まるの？いくら恨んでも八つ当たりしても時間を巻き戻すことなんてできない。じゃあ私は死ぬまでこうして死んでもなお姉さんを恨み続けて？冗談じゃないわ。いつまで私は姉さんの亡霊に苛まれてなきゃならないのよ。だから考えたのよ。これを成し遂げたら全ての恨みを忘れてやり直せるってね。
Anja was about to lash back out at her but stopped, because she'd be kicked again if she responded. Even as Kazumi didn't say anymore, Anja had a pretty good idea what she meant. Kazumi thought that by taking revenge against Kirie's daughter, Anja, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Oh, do I have news for you. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people.
ほら、立ちなさいよ。そんなにこの島が大好きなら、しっかり深く埋めてあげるわよ。その若さで死にたくないでしょ。母が迷惑をかけてすみませんでしたとか言ってみたくはならない？
No.
誰が言うもんか。
Oh boy, oh boy.
エンジ様、ダメ！こいつらを挑発しちゃダメです。ここは表向きだけでも調子を合わせて時間を稼ぐべきです。くだらないプライドは 燃えないゴミの日に出しとけってよく言うわね。
天草さんは天草さんが来てくれればきっと。
天草 please hurry。
ダメ、あいつの姿は見えないわ。園児様のバカ、どうして天草を置いてきたんです？
I didn't really need Mammon to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked the wrong way. The forest was very thick. I've got no doubts that sign of activity here won't reach the boat. During the time it took for Kazumi to finally to finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black tooth as she had told him to. The moment I grabbed at my head, my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle and my head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this grey, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to the one Sumadera Kazumi I led. After all, as a successor of the Shiromiya family, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seemed to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Shiromiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I'd forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. Oh boy, Eva! No, in fact, it was the same for Aunt Eva. After all, sometimes she'd ask herself, what was it again? But in the end, she would have been able to remember and would say something like,
私が怒っているということは、きっとエンジェが何か悪いことをしたのだろう。なら、その悪いことが問題なのであって、何をしたかなんて今更思い出せなくても問題ない。
Amakusa's listening to the radio. No, please stop listening to jazz. Come over. There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she'd keep on punishing me. Yes. Aunt Eva's punishment was something that would continue until I learned something or acknowledged my mistake or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Eva wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. I opened my eyes and looked. There's Aunt Eva! Right next to Kazumi, who's smoking a cigarette, I can see Aunt Eva, almost as though the two of them are laughing together. When I think about it, even Aunt Eva's life might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the Shiromiya family, which she often mentioned to me, had probably caused her a great pain. After all, people can make insults that they're never been the target of themselves. Oh well. It was probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the Honorable Shiromiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. It was just like what Aunt Eva did to me. Just like what Sumadera Kazumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. She's seeing with love. Yes, she is, and she's recognizing the cycle of abuse. People tend to push the pain they're burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on and on in an eternity in perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness does not end. That's why Marionne-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain probably was pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But One-chan didn't carry that burden on her own shoulders. She purified it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure if Marionne-chan had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed that pain that had been forced on her onto her children. A chain of pain and sadness that stretched back for who knows how long, which she couldn't understand, which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her. Marionne-chan cut it with her magic. She found the coping mechanism, basically.
私に何か文句でもあるの?
In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred with hatred so that they'd cancel each other out. No, nothing got cancelled out. The thing being forced on me ended up right there on my shoulders. Just like how even now I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushiromiya Eva again. What I could see through to was a sad human form, no different from me, who had lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl sadly, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. Even Ushiromiya Eva was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Rokkenjima crime, who was faced with the curiosity of our society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, had needed someone compassion. In order to Eva to forget her pain and sadness at least a little, the Black Witch taught her magic, just like the times it had possessed Aunt Rosa. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria One-chan when she was mourning for her torn-apart friend Sakutaro. That same magic, that witch had probably dwelled inside Aunt Rosa too. So I mustn't hate Ushiromiya Eva. Maybe I should have become her ally, as the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young when she returned alive and alone? Could it be that I acted as though she killed my family and returned on her own? I can't believe it. Aunt Eva, who has never been more than an object of and a synonym for hatred throughout my life, is turning into a human I can understand. So, I can see right next to Aunt Eva the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Evatrice, there she is! Aunt Eva was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give me back my dad and mom." I can make the excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her, at the time, it had probably been cruel enough to serve her the last thread in her heart. In the following days, the talk shows and magazine publicly slandered her. The thought of her husband's business and character, and even her beloved son, were negated. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, and only during the time that she howled. And so the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Black magic can probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts that weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto further victims, filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Eva knew of white magic and had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been me? Crap, I have to go to the bathroom yet again! God, sorry. I drank so much water. I drank like 2.5 bottles today. Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness from Mario One-chan? If I taught her with that magic, could we have built a future with a completely different relationship? Up until now, I've hated Aunt Eva constantly, so I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it could not be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now finally I'll glare at the Black Witch. The one I truly should hate. Oh, I wonder if this is exactly how Maria has been seeing Rosa.
見えるわ。私が憎むべきはエヴァおばさんじゃなかった。あんたよ。
すごいじゃない。人間の分際で魔女の私が見えるなんてね。それで、その目つきは何だと言いたいわけ？私が憎い？
憎い？ええ、憎いわ。でも、 少し違う。ただ悲しく思える。
悲しい？何言ってんの？いいじゃない。思いっきり憎んじゃえば？
憎まないわ。あんたを憎むことはエヴァおばさんの憎しみをそのまま受け継ぐだけ。私は憎しみを断ち切る。エヴァおばさんの苦しみを受け止め、それを払って捨てるの。
おお。
何悟ったようなこと言ってるわけ？こいつ頭大丈夫？っていうかへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば？
Oh, it's been a while.
あんたらもっともっと蹴ってやりなさい。顔とかはダメよ。気の毒な顔がマシになっちゃったらつまんないから。
Oh, was she actually talking to Kazumi right now? The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered to by the Black Witch.
やれやれ、答えないね。私をじーっと見ちゃって。私が憎いでしょ？私もよ。
Oh well, Kazumi sneered at me, but for some reason I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never ever heal. The sad lion, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out, continues to howl.
ほら、スマデラカスミ、見てごらんなさい。かつてのあんたがそこにいるわ。気分が晴れるでしょう。かつてそこにいたあなたが今度はこっち側にいるのよ。愉快でしょ。
Oh boy.
立場が逆になるのは。
本当に愉快だわ。なんでそんな顔ができるのよ。エンジェ、泣きなさいよ。泣きたいんでしょ。
Oh boy. Jim? Hi, important sister. I hope you're good. I feel well.
泣かせちゃいなさいって。あの時のあんたは泣かされちゃったじゃない。だからこいつも泣かせてやりなさいよ。エンジェもいいのよ。泣いちゃえば。
泣きなさいよ、エンジェ。あんたの泣き顔が見たいのよ。泣いてごめんなさい、かすみおばさんって言ってごらんなさいよ。
What's gonna happen?
そう、その言葉を言わせるのよ。あの言葉、辛いでしょ？自分のせいじゃないことを謝らせられるのって本当に辛かったでしょ？同じ思いをさせてやるのよ。そうすることであなたの痛みは和らげることができるの。そうよ、それでいいのよ。もっと自分に素直になりなさい。もっともっといっぱいに自分の感情を吐き出しちゃえば。
Oh, God, this scene is killing me. The Black Witch provoked Kazumi, and Kazumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. By turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget it for just an instant, nothing would change. The words Kazumi insulted me with were themselves sad. And I couldn't forgive that the Black Witch who had imposed that sadness on Kazumi. I had gone limp, which seemed to have stopped the black suits kicking competition. Or maybe the kickers were getting tired too. Kazumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point they did. However, I was reflected in Kazumi's eyes, and they burned me with the flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the wish to do that in order to relieve her from her pain.
スマデラカスミ、まだよ。まだまだ踏みにじりなさい。あなたの人生はこんなほんのちょっとの乱暴で許せるの？
Oh no, Angie!
許せないわよ。 まだこれくらいでは許せないんだから。
でしょ、許せるわけがない。もっとよ、もっと憎悪の炎を。憎しみの炎でしかあなたは暖を取れないの。怒りと悲しみの雪原で凍えるあなたを温められる炎は憎しみだけなのよ。
Are you sure?
ほら言って、叫んで。憎しみの方向で自分を燃やし尽くしちゃえば。
後ろ宮エンジン。
Oh boy.
あんたを憎まなくちゃ私は生きてられないの。
Good lord.
スマデラかすみ、あの花束を。これ死んだ家族への花でしょ、エンジェ。
The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal Kazumi to pick it up. Uh-oh. Kazumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. The expression was filled with hatred and a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hatred alone. She trampled them over and over again as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling, it was just sad.
あら、この程度じゃ答えない？ならこっちは答えるかしら。スマデラかすみ。
Don't take the...
こっちを使いなさい。
Oh god, what?
それは。
No, 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 no! Uh-oh, no, please no. Please no, not Mario's diary. The object the Black Witch pointed at was Mario Nechan's grimoire. Kazumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked.
なにこれ。
She's going to rip it. Great.
読んじゃえば。
She's going to rip it. Great!
お腹がよじれちゃうかもね。
Oh, she's going to make fun of Maria. Great. Kazumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively.
返して。それはお姉ちゃんの。
Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I doubled over. Nobody makes fun of the best One-chan. God, no!
ほらね、この本は演者にとっての大切なものでしょ。大切なものをけなしてやりなさい。こういう子には殴る蹴るよりもそっちの方が効くんだから。あなたがそれを一番よく知っているでしょ。
As though remembering something painful, Kazumi's face twisted for an instant, but that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me. Jesus Christ, this is torture!
この気持ち悪い本、あんたが書いたの？
やめて。返して。
Great! Oh, awesome! Oh no!
見てよ、あの顔。もっとけなしてやりなさい。貶としめてやりなさい。尊厳を踏みにじられる苦痛を教えてやるのよ。そうすることでしかあなたの苦痛は和らがないの。何これ、恥ずかしい本。少女の時代に多少は占いの真似事に興味を持つこともあるけれど、これはちょっと行き過ぎじゃない？やだ、魔法だって。
Oh boy.
あれでしょ、アニメとかのなんとかなんとかって呪文を言いながら魔女に変身するやつ。ああいうの好きなんでしょ。
So?
痛々しいわ。
Oh no, Kaku and Kazumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. Jesus fucking Christ, that sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that sneer was ridiculing Mario Nechan. I don't hate Kazumi, but for forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Kazumi, I cannot forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Eva, Sumadera Kazumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the Black Witch.
何これ、傑作。お空から飴玉を降らせる魔法ですって。何々、お日様で清めたお水にお砂糖を溶いて魔法の杖を浸して呪文を。
Oh god, I hate her. I know she's supposed to be sympathetic, but I hate her. God, she's just a ghoul. The black suits were also rolling around, going. Okay, never mind. The black suits are bigger ghouls. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kazumi's ear. After glaring at me with a grin, Kazumi took that page and ripped it. Kazumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it off, crumpled it up, and threw it away. Great. When will this scene stop? This is hurting me. It was one of the spells to summon happiness that Mari had made with Sakutaro. Anyone knows wasn't that making sugar water, coloring it and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time on her way home from school, she had found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy must that miracle have made Mari One-chan? Didn't she treasure that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakutaro to distract herself from her loneliness? That magic that One-chan had given birth to had been torn and thrown away and had disappeared. The whole miracle of happiness that magic had given birth to had been torn and thrown away. Abakusa, where are you?
晩ご飯をクリームコロッケにする魔法。次は何？ピーマンが美味しく食べられる魔法？これも生かすわ。バカバカしい。それも破いちゃいなさいよ。どんどん破いちゃえば。
No! Please no! With a brutal loud laugh. The Black Witch made Marionette-chan's spells get torn out one after another. Magic of happiness was sneered at, torn, and thrown away. Jesus!
やめろ！やめろ！マリア教の魔法を怪我すな！汚い毒素で怪我すんじゃない！
Mammon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kazumi.
いいじゃない。怪我されちゃえば。魔法の奇跡？幸せにする魔法？ないない、そんなのないってば。痛みと苦しみはね、他人に押し付けてしか癒せないのよ。あんたは確か魔法のお友達とかいうやつだったわよね。
Jesus Christ!
スマデラかすみ、こいつのページを開きなさい。
It's Sakutaro,
これ
isn't
は
it?
何？魔法のお友達です。天国の七姉妹。
Uh-oh.
物騒な名前。すごい速さで飛んで敵をやっつけてくれるんですって。エンジェ、あなたこんな魔法が使えるなら今すぐ使った方がいいんじゃない？
Imagine someone suddenly gets shot at and she's like, oh. The page that wrote the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was also heartlessly thrown away. The page itself was just a paper. It wasn't Mammon's vessel or anything, and yet, she disappears. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Mammon's flesh from the inside. Mammon's face twisted from the heat and pain. Are we going to kill Sakutaro again? No more. However, Mammon's expression was twisted with unbearable anguish and humiliation.
やめろ、黒き魔女！どうして君はそんなことをするんだよ！どうして魔法を幸せのために使えないんだよ！
ああ、あんたも魔法のお友達ね。あんたも怪我してあげるわ。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページも探しなさい。
Oh boy.
こっちは何？何この下手くそなライオンの落書き。
What the? No! Don't!
サク太郎？
Don't do that.
変な名前。一番大好きなお友達だって。そうなの？これがあんたの友達？親友？このライオンが？ねえねえ。
God, I haven't changed my expression, but I'm actually in pain. Now it's fitting. Now it's finally fitting.
こんなブサイクなライオンがあんたなのね。こんなのを友達にしてるなんて、後ろ宮マリアってこの頭のかわいそうさに呆れてへそでお茶が湧いちゃうわ。神だ。
Bro.
へそ噛んで死んじゃえば。
Oh my god.
うりゅマリアをバカにするな。
She's a good girl. What the hell?
やめて。破かないで。ダメ。
Oh boy. There was a shrill sound. The page had been filthily ripped out. The piece of Sakutaro that One-chan had drawn was violently ripped in half. What the fuck? Oh, are we Antrozaing again? Great! Man! Holy shit! Please do something! I can't! Ryukishi, please stop hurting me like this! I am begging! Enough! This has been going on long enough! I'm in pain enough as is! Stop!
お前たちも笑いなさい。
My god, you ghoul. A pair of the black suits laughed vulgarly and heartlessly trampled the two halves that had been torn and thrown away. Jesus fucking Christ. A ghoul.
サクタロ、しっかり。僕は悲しくなんかないよ。ただ悔しい。マリアのことをバカにされて何も言えない自分が悔しい。私たちは見えない人間にはいないも当然。私たちは必要としてくれる人間としか交流だから。家具。
Oh, the real meaning of furniture, huh? As Sakta and Mammon supported each other, they crouched down, sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. You can't explain to humans who can't understand, so it gets belittled. If you could show them it, but you can't, because in front of humans who are filled with the magic-resisting toxin and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used.
本当にわけがわかんないわ。この妄想日記、頭がおかしいとしか思えない。あんたのお花畑の頭の中が垣間見えて本当に面白いわ。気持ち悪い子。
あんたもマリアもそこのぬいぐるみと家具もね。
I didn't sign up for torture today!
おかしいわ。いっつも一人ぼっちでぬいぐるみがお友達なんでしょ。かわいそうな子。大丈夫。私にもわかるわよ。そういう生活わかるもん。だから私が認めてあげる。あんた本当にかわいそうな子よ。
Oh boy. To you, it probably would look like something made by a pitiful child. That's right. If 100 people were to read One-chan's diary, 100 people would probably think the same thing. I used to be like that too, but you know, despite all of that, One-chan, summon the world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
頑固な子ね、あんたは。いいわ、これで最後よ。あんたとマリアの信じた本当にくだらない魔法の根源を引き裂いてあげるわよ。スマデラかすみ、そのページを読みなさい。
なに？このカラフルなページはなに？大好きなママといつまでも仲良しでいられる魔法。やめて
What is this?
そのページだけは。この魔法すんごく簡単じゃない。私でもすぐできそうだわ。こんなに短い呪文なら私にだって覚えられちゃう。やってみようかしら。
What is it? I love you?
本当に簡単な呪文よね。いいわよ、やってあげなさい。みんなも吹き出しちゃうから。
With expressions that ridiculated from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kazumi tapered their mouths, and they said it aloud.
Ooh.
Ooh! The black suit stared blankly, asking what the hell that was supposed to be. Then Kazumi answered, cackling.
これがね、呪文なんだって。
Bro! Is this why Maria kept saying ooh woo? Oh, that's so sad.
ほら、あんたたちもやってみれば。
Wow. Boy, I think I'm broken right now. The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. Ooh woo. That was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends with her beloved mother. Oh man, I am broken.
このバカみたいなの。うう言うだけで家族仲が良くなるなら世界はずっと平和だわ。バカなうなり声。
こんなの連呼してたら頭のかわいそうなこと思われるのがオチよ。
Didn't a lot of people think that? Oh boy.
バカじゃない。いや、やめろ。その魔法だけはけなさないで。
Oh boy. It was the day of a picnic when Mario, Nechan and Aunt Rosa were alone. It was written that this was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. Onechan was singing a song she'd learned from her mama. Her mother had been delighted, but partway through Maria forgot the lyrics. But since she saw that her mother was so happy, she tried to sing until the very end, with ooh woo woo. Even though she only pretended to know the lyrics, her mother had enjoyed it a lot. And that ooh remained as incantation to remember that day she'd spent in fun and happiness with the... God damn it, I'm in pain! Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Aunt Rosa eventually tired of hearing it, and eventually started scolding One-chan when she said it. But to One-chan it was a memory of a fun day that she'd never forget. I'm in pain! So long the days that Maria had created, it was the oldest and the first. Kazumi stuck her nail into that page too. Great.
やめて。破かないで。そのページだけは許して。
She's gonna do it!
ダメ。
And it's gone. With a shrill sound, the girl's world of happiness was erased. Jesus fucking Christ.
これがあんたらの幸せな魔法なわけ？
Man! Ryukishi! The scene is so fucking long! Enough!
幸せになる魔法なんてね、あるわけないでしょ？
Please, I can't take this anymore.
怒りとね、憎しみでできてるのよ。幸せってのはね、自分の背負わされた憎悪を人に全て押し付けた時にのみ与えられる解放感を言うのよ。あんたたちの言う幸せなんて絵本の中にしか出てこないまやかしなのよ。
As Kazumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it. Oh boy.
悔しい？ねえ、悔しい？幸せの白き魔女さんたち、そんなに悔しかったら見せてみれば？あんたたちの魔法あるなら使ってみせればいいじゃない。魔法が使えない魔女なんて魔女じゃない。つまり本当の魔女は私たち。あんたたちなんて魔法の夢で現実から逃避しているだけのクソガキどもなのよ。
Aren't you as well? Oh boy, what's Anja gonna do?
じゃあ魔法を私が見せることができたなら
お姉ちゃんの魔法を信じてくれるの？
お信
じるわよ。魔法を使って見せることができたならね。ならやってみろよ、このクソボケガキ！
Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensations of this cramped world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly trifling.
あら、まだ立てる元気はあったのね、大魔女さん。
立ち上がって何をしてみせるの？見せてみなさいよ、魔法。魔法はあるわ。
はあ？この子何を言い出すかと思えば、あんたたち今の聞いた？
静かに。
Oh, what's time? It's time.
面白いじゃない。半魔法の毒素を理由にあんたたちはいつも奇跡の力を拒んできた白き魔女マリアの弟子。見せてみなさいよ、魔法を。一体どれだけの人間がその奇跡を信じて裏切られていったか知っている？誰もが信じ、誰もが裏切られて絶望した。そして本当の魔法は私たち黒き魔女の力でしか得られないことを知るのよ。憎しみを誰かにぶつけるのはただの罪。そんなのは魔法じゃないわ。本当の魔法を私が見せてやる。
Ooh, what's gonna happen? The Black Witch winced slightly. However, Kazumi sneered at me even more.
なら見せてごらんなさいよ。それであんたはどの魔法を見せてくれるの？飴玉を降らせる魔法？それともクッキーを増やす魔法？
The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose.
何？突然。さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の七姉妹。
What is this? What? There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 pieces of high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical strength I've had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Marionne-chan's and Beatrice's.
煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。
Ooh! Ooh!
園児様。
Is it time?
あなたはかつて言ったわ。私に魔力とその覚悟がないからあなたたちを刺激できなかったのだと。私をいじめるクラスメートに仕返しがしたいなんて、そんな安っぽい感情じゃない。私はマリアお姉ちゃんのマリアージュ・ソルシエールの世界を守るために今こそ魔法の奇跡を見せることを命令するわ。
It's time? Oh boy, what you gonna do?
無理です。いくらなんでもこれだけ大勢の毒素の前では。
The 7 sisters also remembered what had happened in that classroom. If they could have obeyed Anje's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they haven't been able to display the miracle of magic. And they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Anje. But Anje spoke very quietly.
なら、あなたたちも信じて。マリアージュ・ソルシエールは人を幸せにするために生まれた。そしてそれは黒き魔女と戦うためでもあった。その創立者の一人、原初の魔女、その奇跡を見せ、その世界を守るために信じて魔法を、魔女を、今こそ奇跡を。
When Kazumi gave an order to the black suits, one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Anje.
魔法を見せてくれるんでしょ？なら見せてちょうだい。魔法で火の玉でも稲妻でも打ち出してこの男を倒してみせなさいよ。チャンスは一度。3つ数えるうちにやってお見せなさい。できなければ覚悟してもらうわよ。
打ちなさいよ。
なんだこのガキ。イかれてやがるぜ。
Oh boy. The black suit pointing the gun laughed at Ange's detached attitude.
本気？こいつ頭の中までお花が咲いてやがる。なら撃たれなさいよ。死んじゃえば。エンジェ。
Oh boy.
無理。
Oh boy.
銃弾は魔法では防げないよ。いいえ、何も恐れることはないわ。私の魔法は。煉獄の七姉妹は銃弾などものともしない。
Oh boy.
エンジ様。
Mamo was perplexed by Ange's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have, on that day as well. But because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Ange.
ガキめ、魔法が使えるってんなら早く見せてみやがるってんだ。
早く魔法を見せてみろってんだ。ほら、遠慮はいらねえぜ。俺にバビョーンと魔法ってやつをお見舞いしてくれよ。
Man, the black suits are bigger ghouls than Kazumi. The black suits cheered at her, but Anja simply concentrated her mind in silence.
撃っちゃえば。撃ってみろって言ってるのよ、向こうは。
この子恐怖でもう頭がどうかしてるんだわ。バイバイエンジェちゃん。天国で好きなだけ魔女ごっこをしてなさい。撃て。
いいんですか？
おうち死ねエンジェ。
Except
やれるもんならやってみなさいよ、あんたの魔法を。
the black suit cocked the gun and sneering pulled the trigger. And the sound of gunfire rang out. And the world stopped. A red spray scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew.
何をしてるの、マモン。
お、
銃弾ごとき無粋な石ころをエンジェ様に許すつもり？
The Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly. With a single swing, sliced it. Yo, and in the chest of the black suit who had apparently fired the gun was a hole as big as a fist. Holy shit.
たまには私が一番乗りでもいいわよね。
Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood and a cold smile was on her face. Then slowly the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over.
貫いた。
Okay!
バカね、まだあんた信じてないの？私たちの主の魔力。
Oh my god!
これだけの人間の前で権限したっていうの？
Well...
何を何？
Kazumi and the rest were flustered. He certainly seemed to have fired his gun. However, it hadn't hit Anje. And why was the person who fired hurt instead?
これが魔法。見事よ、レビアタン。
光栄の至り。我らが主に逆らう愚かなる人間どもよ。今こそ冷やせ、審判の時。
Hell yeah!
どうして人間の世界に魔法は持ち込めないはずなのに、魔法は見えないはずなのに、触れられないはずなのに、どうして？これが本当の魔法だからよ。
Yo! This is so cool, Anje! じゃあ
何をしてるのよお前たち。殺せ殺せ。
One of the black suits who had finally come to his senses took out his gun, readied it.
我らが主に銃口を覗かせる無礼を私が許すと思ったか。死ね。
Oh my god! Those words were a requiem. The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. Thump! With the sound of the second person falling, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. Welp, but magic isn't real, right? You wanted to see magic. The instant one of the black suits doubled over in shock and turned on his heels to escape from that place. The stake of Slaw?
我が主への狼藉に対する報い。これ式で済んだことに感謝せよ。死ね
Get him! Get his ass! In his right eye, a hole as big as a walnut opened, and his head split. Belphegor was sprayed with blood, and her face twisted demonically with the joy at being able to use her full power. Oh, amazing. Oh, they still can't see them, huh? The black suits were flustered, pointing their guns in every direction. But they didn't understand what was happening. They knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where.
Baka! 敵はあんたたちのすぐ目の前にいるわよ。魔女の家具があんたたちを狙ってる。
But they couldn't see. Because they didn't believe in magic, they could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of a black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see her at all.
人間に私たちの姿が見えるとでも捉えられるとでも間抜けな人間が魔法に対する畏怖を忘れたる愚かの代償を払うがいい
Yes! Get it in his ass!
何よこれ何が起こってるの
あなたには見えない愛がないからありえないこれだけの人間がいて半魔法の毒素をばらまいてるってのにどうして魔法が権限できるの
Because she's a badass
あんた何者なの魔女よあんたと違って本物のうわー畜生この
Get fucked! As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Anje. And the trigger was... Anje glared at him coldly and simply ordered.
次、サタン。
フンドのサタン、すでにここに。ノロマが今のエンジェ様と私たちに銃弾ごときが当たると思うか
Get his ass! The snake of anger pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face.
己が愚かさをし地獄で後悔せよ死ね
With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Anje quietly asked one more question.
ねえ、かすみおばさん。まだ魔法信じる気にならないの？
バカなことあるわけないでしょ認めないわ魔法なんてあるわけがない
Welp?
そうよ魔法なんてあるわけがない魔女なんているわけがない魔法はあるよ
Sakutaro has
魔女
materialized!
はいるようりゃーそうよ
Mamon too,
魔
yes!
法はあるのよ魔女はいるのよそしてこの怒りと悲しみで満ちた世界に幸せの世界への扉を開く鍵にできるのあんたなんかにそれを否定させない幸せな世界への鍵はみんなの手に握られてるんだそれを奪う資格は誰にもないんだ
Yes!
それを理解できぬ哀れな人間よそなたの人生に魔法の力があったならもっと違った穏やかなものになっていただろうそなたがその生涯において本当の魔女と出会えなかったことを私は憐れむ
I pity you. Kazumi let out a piercing scream, and at the same time, two of the black suits came for me at once, thrusting their guns at my head. Like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the seven sisters of Purgatory who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely pointless.
畜生どこにやがるんだ攻撃をやめねえとこの浜の命はねえぞ姿を現しやがれ
何言ってんのこいつ美味しそうな腹渡をしてるくせに
Eat him! Eat him!
エンジ様次は私にお任せを
許す殺せ
ありがたき幸せ
Woo!
死ね
Oh my god, I love this scene. This man's chest split and his gut poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man in a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, woo, grasping his neck and smiling obscenely. Get his ass!
どこを貫いてほしい？ペーチェ様、ご希望はございますか？
頭。
The head.
かしこまりました。我が主、死ね！
Yes! Yes! I love this! The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of rust, and as his insides scattered, he twisted and fell. In the gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other.
スマデラかすみ、そなたの哀れなる人生に私は心の底より同情する。その運命への心の穴を塞げる魔法を授けてもよい。そなたがその魔法を信じるなら
バカなこと言わないで。こんなの私は認めない。
As Kazumi, who was scared out of her wits, stepped backwards, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then shaking, she pointed at Anje.
そうよ、かすみ、その銃で撃ちなさい。あんたの憎しみを銃弾に変えて放ちなさい。殺してやる。殺してやる。あんたを殺さなきゃ私の人生は報われないのよ。そうよ、殺して引き金を引いて、あいつにあんたのみすぼらしい今日までの全ての怒りを全部叩きつけてやるの。そうでなきゃあんたは痛みと苦しみから解放されないのよ。
Except?
やめて、かすみおばさん。黒き魔女に耳を貸してはダメ。
殺してやる。殺してやる。
I think she's beyond saving.
あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃくちゃ。
なら私の魔法でその人生をこれから少しずつ明るく穏やかなものにもできるかもしれない。あなたが魔法を信じ心を入れ替えさえすれば、あなたに新しい世界への扉を開いてあげられるの。
She's going to say no.
そんなものはないわ。あいつの言う救いなんてどうせおとぎ話の中だけよ。あんたの人生はもはや死ぬまでトゲまみれ。その苦痛の叫びをあいつに聞かせてやりなさい。失ったものは何も取り返せないのよ。そうでしょ、スマデラカスミー。
そうね、何も取り返せないかもしれない。でもきっと新しく何かを生み出すことができる。だからかすみおばさん、その銃を捨ててかすみおばさんにも幸せな世界を教えてあげられるかもしれない。
私はね、あんたの母親が逃げたせいで、あんたの母親の言い名付けと身代わりに結婚させられたのよ。
Oh man, forced marriage. Yeah, that sucks.
将来を誓い合った男がいたのよ。別れさせられたのよ。あの母親の代わりに嫁がされて、話もろくにしたことがない男とちぎりを交わさせられた私の気持ちがわかるっての。
Yeah, that sucks.
殺してやりたかった。なのに姉さんは勝手に死んだ。だからあんたを殺すの。そうでなきゃ私のトゲまみれの人生は終わらないのよ。
From Kazumi's eyes, tears of passion dripped down. So pitiable. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful, but for that very reason she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain and had been given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation.
かわいそうに。ならばせめてあなたの魂を永遠に解放し、塩素の鎖から解き放ってあげるわ。
Spoken with dignity.
それが今の私にできる唯一の施しかもしれない。
死ねー、後ろビアエンジェ。
さようなら、かすみおばさん。静かな世界でゆっくりと休んで。
Goodbye. I no longer feel angered or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly that bullet continued through a world of frozen to the utmost limit, aiming for Anji's forehead. Oh, it's in full capitals.
Mamo.
Yes!
Mamon!
Mamon gets the last shot. I love it.
あなたたちと作太郎に出会えたから私は全てを理解できた。
エンジェ。
作太郎は後ろを向いていなさい。マモン、その女を解放してあげて、そしてマリアージュ・ソルシエルの名誉を守れ。
Yes.
はい。
Woo!
覚悟せよスマデラ・カスミ。
Even though the world was frozen, the stick of greed flashed like lightning and had already gotten behind Kazumi.
貴様に多少の得があるならば、再び煉獄の山で相まみえようぞ。死ねー
And dead. The upper half of Sumadera Kazumi's head was smashed. Goodbye! Her cage of flesh was shattered, and she was finally released. Too consumed by hatred and revenge, and thus her only salvation was death.
あとはあんたね、黒き魔女。今となってはあなたにエヴァおばさんの面影を見ていることさえ彼女に申し訳。
That's true.
私の姿が未だに後ろ宮エヴァに見えているなら、それはあんたの中で未だに私が許せてないということだわ。分かっているのよ、エンジェ。あんただってトゲまみれの人生から解放されたくて仕方がないの。なら面白いことを思いついたわ。
What?
私もあんたに魔法を見せてあげる。あんたを殺すのは私じゃないわ。
With the worst of smiles on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects which began to swirl around me. Then that black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human.
うすうすは想像がついてるくせに、あんたが最も憎み恨んだあの女よ。そして女もあなたを最も恨み。
Normal Eva, I guess? Or Beato? It's Eva. Okay, the normal Eva. When the black mist cleared, Jesus, how long is this scene going to go? It's almost midnight. Over there was Aunt Eva's form, as she had been during her life. Her hands were holding a gun.
エヴァおばさんは
Oh, the Eva she thinks that killed her family.
死んだわよ。
お久しぶりね、エンジェ。あんたを殺すために地獄から戻ってきたわよ。
Aunt Eva glared at me with a mad laugh.
でもあまり驚かないわ。エヴァおばさん、そういう人だったし。
私のお葬式はさぞや気分が晴れ晴れしたでしょ。私も晴れ晴れしていたわよ。あんたの面を二度と見なくて済むようになるんだからね。でもたった一つだけ心残りがあったわ。それがこれよ。
私を殺すこと、それが最後の遺言だったの。
How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt was released from her pain.
黒き魔女の力こそが私の魔法の源泉だったわ。怒りと憎しみが私に努力と不屈を教えてくれた。
Fair because of Kinzo and Kraus?
それはあんたの言う現実逃避の魔法とは全く違うの。
あんたの言う魔法なんてただの八つ当たりによるストレス解消だわ。私たちの魔法は違う。世界そのものを作り変えるの。あんたの性悪魔法とは全く格が違う。
It's almost over. Okay, got it.
なら黒と白のどちらが勝つかこの場で決着をつけてあげる。死してなお黒き魔法で復活してあんたをこうして重厚で狙える私の奇跡に、あんたの白き魔法は どんな奇跡で対抗を？
Let's see.
半魔法の毒素であなたを取り込んだわ。七姉妹はもう二度と呼べないわよ。さっきの奇跡はもう起こらない。
それでも起こるから魔法って言うんだわ。いいわよ、マモン。私に力を貸して。
Mammon is not appearing, but Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she'd said, the magic-resisting toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing gun. This might be a little tough.
呼びかけても無駄よ。もう二度と煉獄の七姉妹は答えない。
だからそれでも呼べるから魔法なのよね。
哀れね。さよなら。あんたとのささやかな日々はそこそこに楽しかったわ。これでお別れ。よかったわね。あんたの終着駅がここで。
ええ、全くよ。気が利くわね。
ありがとう。それじゃお別れ。
Is it? The barrel of the gun rose slowly, so that you could see all the way down it. Then, the trigger was slowly pulled, and then, at that moment, the gun exploded. It wasn't that it fired, it burst. You're kidding me. In shock inside the frozen space, Eva looked at the ruptured gun. When time melted, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once. Goodbye!
強欲のママ、ここに。
Oh, she jammed the gun, huh?
バカ。
Even Eva's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun.
これで魔法は十分、エヴァおばさん。
And she's dead. Then time melted. The fragments of the burst gun and exploding gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. It was pitiful.
運がなかったわね。これでゲームオーバーよ、エヴァおばさん。
I signaled to Mammon so that Eva would be freed quickly from the pain of her burned face as she writhed around.
ありがとう、マモン。あの日の教室であなたたちの無力を罵ったことを、今こそ心の底よりあなたたちは魔女を守るための優秀な家具だった。
こちらこそ感謝します。
Oh.
良き魔女に、良き主に最後に出会え、家具の本分を尽くせたことを。
Oh, that's so sweet. Mammon had understood. This would be the final job I'd give her. Aww. Mammon quietly walked up to me. Then she looked down at Eva.
エヴァおばさん、今日まで付き合ってくれてありがとう。これでお別れよ。Have a nice dream. See you hell.
See you in hell. Cool. Okay, this was cute. Then the light sound of her forehead being bored into rang out. The battle of gunpowder smoke and fury of white and black magic ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly a long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. What, it's nighttime? Fucking goddammit, I want to keep reading, but I can't. I have to stop for today. Goddammit, I want to keep reading. Frustrating. She picked up that English stuff from Battler, by the way. I figured it was kind of obvious. So, alright. Enough for today. Unfortunate tweak because I still wanted to see more. Alright. I just realized how goofy her shoes look. That's cute. There we go. Enough. Let's switch over to the other screen. And because it's so late, I have nobody to raid. Or, yeah. It's very late either way, so I have to go sleep now. Okay, then I'll be stopping the stream for now. And I'm still not finished with my new schedule graphic. But I'll try to have it ready by this week so that I can post the schedule for the next weeks. I'm probably gonna be doing more art on Tuesday next week, and then Umineko again on next Thursday. Do you guys think 2 streams is enough to finish chapter 4? It's kind of important to know because there's about 4 hours chapters of this chapter left. Good for a stream. Okay, then one about the 2 streams should be enough. Okay, got it. Then the schedule will work because after the 16th, the last stream I'll be doing for the month will be probably maybe the 21st. And if anything, maybe even my last stream for this month will be on the 16th of Thursday. Because then I'll be going on a vacation and I'll be back only in the start of July. Okay. Then, first of all, I'll be going to bed. And thank you everyone for coming tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed, even though a lot of it was torture for me. And I'll be seeing you guys on next Tuesday. Have a good evening and good night. Bye bye.